47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55... ¡Ey, ey, ey! Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20...
Buenas vistas. Madre mía, ¿por qué no vistas eso? A ver, ¿por dónde está? Aquí. A ver.
allí, y luego desde la tele hacia el... Esta trabajita mola para el programa de verano de tele por la tarde.
Sí,
Pero claro, meterle algo ahí porque si no te achicharras. Pero las pistas son de cara, ¿eh? Ahora he conseguido algo, no habré conseguido nada. ¿Cuál es la cosa que
Ahora, 6 inglés. Hola, ¿qué tal? Vale. Hola, ¿qué tal? Pruebas de sonido. Hola, ¿qué tal? Si habla así. Vale, ese sería inglés.
¿Y el 5?
Y el también lo probamos. Hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, ¿qué tal? Pruebas de sonido. Mira, ves que tiene una ventanita de plástico amarilla. Eso, si te la pones, no te la pongas nunca de espaldas a los radiadores. Los radiadores están ahí enfrente arriba. ¿Los ves? O sea, que esté de forma visible porque es luz realmente lo que le llega ahí. Pégatelo con una cinta o con lo que sea.
Hola, sí, probando, sí, buenas. Ey, probando, 1, 2, 1, 2, sí, probando.
Hola, sí, pruebas. Hola, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hola, 5, 6. ¿Bien? ¿Te mandamos más señal o está bien así? ¿Es correcto? Vale. Oh. Hola, sí, pruebas. 1, 2. Hola, sí, pruebas. Hola, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hola, sí. Este será el micrófono del moderador, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Llega buena señal también? Hola, hola, pruebas. Con el otro no, ¿verdad? Sí, ¿ahora escucháis el ruido? Hola, pruebas. 1, 2. ¿Escucháis ruido o no? Vale. Vamos a probar el otro micro. Hola, sí. Hola, 1, 2, 3. Que recoge el micrófono, recoge un poquito el ruido del ambiente. ¿Pero podéis trabajar bien así? ¿Sí? Verdad, gracias. Hola, hola, hola. Y este es un micrófono de reserva, por si fallara algo, ¿vale? ¿Os llega buena señal? Vale. De acuerdo, gracias.
Ahora sí. Tenéis un segundito antes de empezar. Hay traducción simultánea, tenemos interpretación. Hay cascos allí detrás. You have the devices for translation. You can get them. We have simultaneous translation to English, from and to English. Okay? No, like this morning. So you can take the devices there if it's needed. Nobody goes there? Pues no. Perfect. Congratulations y enhorabuena a todos. Perfecto. Creo que podemos empezar, si os parece. ¿Estamos? Pero he perdido a Pascual. Ahí estás aquí, perdóname. Pues nos va a dar, muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí y nos va a dar la bienvenida Pascual Orts Antón, que es el presidente del Club Náutico, exalcalde del Ayuntamiento de Santa Pola, a quien agradecemos de verdad vuestra acogida en este lugar maravilloso, y esta tarde cuando nos tomemos las cervezas ahí en la terraza va a ser estupendo, y mil gracias por acogernos. Tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Carmen. Bueno, daros la bienvenida a esta institución náutico-deportiva que es el Club Náutico y del que me honro en presidir ya desde hace varias décadas. Bueno, bienvenidos a este sitio, pero sobre todo bienvenidos a este
and welcome to this environment. When I say environment, I am referring to the bay and also to everything that you have on your right-hand side. I have been listening about the projects made by European when they are trying to sort out problems in the cities. Several years ago, we also had problems in the city because of the growth of the population and the city itself, and also the activity in the port. We had some conflicts because we needed to sort out the problems, and we needed to have something complementary between the port and the city. Many years ago, you may remember, we had a physical barrier here. It was several villas that we had from before the civil war in Spain. It was something that was supposed to be there for 99 years, and it was an architectonical barrier for the development of the city and the port. I have been listening to some of the proposals, mainly the ones that have to do with Santa Pola, my town, that is going to convert the quarry. But obviously, when we begin with these projects, we need some investments, and then we need some time so that they can be executed fully. In 1997, if I remember right, we demolished the villas that I was talking about that were a physical barrier, and it was not possible until 2013 to have a project to replace this with this Adolfo Suárez walkway. So it was a long time before we could get a project replacing the villas, and we needed the agreements with the relevant authorities in order to develop what you can see now on your right-hand side here. So now I would like to congratulate all the people participating here, and I want to say that things can be managed, but sometimes they take time, so you need to be patient. And then when you get them, you'll be satisfied because the projects will come to an end. So this is the message that I would like to transmit. You are all very young, you've got all your life ahead of you. you have been devoting your soul and days to your profession, and thanks to this contest you've got the opportunity to express your knowledge and proposals. And I think you all deserve the awards that have been granted. And thanks as well to Santa Pola Corporation that has made this contest possible. And me, as representative of the Nautic Club, I would like to wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Permíteme, como
Carmen, as a present, I would like to give you something. We have been more than 50 years in the club, so I would like to give this to you. Also the representative from the ministry and the representative from the local government. So here you've got a summary of 50 years of history of this club. Thank you very much. It will be at the Library of Europe, and so that you can have a look. So this is started officially, and now we give the floor to Carlos Arroyo. I don't know how to introduce him. He's got his first award in Toledo, Europe 6. He's a member of the club. He's been member of Europe and Spain, and he's here as member of this European scientific committee. So thanks to him and his colleagues, his team, we can have this event today. We've got the proposals classified and rated by them. They do the catalogs as well. They do plenty of work on that. So I give him the floor so that he can introduce the rest of the speakers as well. We are going to have Catalina afterwards. So I will be sitting here by the side. The presentations are already given, so I will introduce you when your turn comes. Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you, Carmen. We also have Julio de la Fuente here. He's there. It's a big pleasure to be here because we are celebrating the awards. We're going to see the projects. This is something wonderful. But apart from the projects themselves and the situations of each of the places, we are part of a conversation that is quite broad, where the ideas, the questions and the proposals will be exchanged, and we are going to try and build a culture, a new way of understanding the city. So the proposals, the cities, the questions, the committee, we are going here to contribute all together to this event. We are going to try and see how we can rethink the environment, looking at the future, which is quite difficult and complex in the world that we live today. The topic that we have now is resourcing, is looking at the history of Europe. The first edition was in 2018. It had to do with the properties, the accommodation. Now we are talking about the productive part of the city. We want the whole territory to be part of the system. There were two other editions about the life city. We want the biodiversity to be within the cities, and that is why we have resourcing now. Resourcing
a la
sourcing,
fuente, al
taking into
nacimiento.
account the
Re
place of
alude
birth,
a la circularidad de ese
taking into
nacimiento,
account the
pero todo junto,
recircularity of the
resource,
birth.
alude a
So
los recursos, ¿no?
resourcing,
Entonces,
taking into
no sé qué
account
juego
the
de palabras podría
resources.
hacerse en
So it's
castellano,
a
nacer,
game,
no, porque
a play on words that you
imposible, ¿no?
cannot do
Pero
in
esa es la
Spanish.
idea, ¿no?
That is why
Los
we've got the
recursos
word in English.
naturales,
So the idea is
el
to look
agua,
about
el clima,
natural
la
resources such
energía,
as
el
water,
sol, el suelo, la
climate,
vegetación,
sun,
los
floor,
recursos
ground,
humanos,
vegetation,
la
human
comunidad, la
resources,
memoria,
resources
los
such as the
cuidados,
community, cares,
los
memory,
recursos materiales, lo
material
existente.
resources, the
Hay,
existing
de los
resources that we
9
have.
alojamientos
We've
en
got
España,
the
4
furniture,
tienen un edificio
we've got buildings
cuyo uso ya no tiene mucho sentido,
for
ya que hay que darle
uses
una
that don't
alternativa
make
más
sense
allá de la
anymore, and we
demolición,
need to
y hay
look
otros
for
5
alternatives.
con recursos existentes
And there are also
menos evidentes,
existing
pero
resources that are not
por eso
so
más
evident,
interesantes,
but could be even
especialmente
more
el de Santa Pola,
interesting. For
donde
example, the one in
el
Santa
proyecto
Pola.
ganador dice
The
vacío,
awarding project is
ese
called
vacío,
Empty.
¿no? Muchos de los proyectos que vamos a ver
Many of the projects that we are going to see today
atacan directamente esta pregunta de
deal
base, ¿no?
directly
Cómo,
with the question that we have
respetando lo
at
que
the
hay,
basic
tratar de
line.
volver a
We need
sacar
to
de ello
respect
algo.
everything that we have
Se
and we need
recogen
to
en
take the
el
most of it.
catálogo europeo, que es este
They are in the
catálogo europeo.
European catalog. We've got it here.
No, sí, es solamente si lo acerco que se oye. Sí, sí, sí. El catálogo europeo, que además de tener los proyectos, tiene una serie de reflexiones sobre cómo los proyectos hacen eso, y que tiene en la portada donde está Alleyways, ¿no? El proyecto ganador en Madrid. Cada uno de los emplazamientos hace la pregunta de resourcing de una manera. Concretamente el de Madrid, ya que estamos en esta portada, habla de los residuos entre una edificación existente. Entonces, lo preexistente son residuos. Y el proyecto ganador intenta construir con esos residuos, con esos residuales,
Things with the waste.
y el proyecto
So they want to build up an urban structure with the waste.
Si vamos por los emplazamientos de
If
norte a
we
sur,
go from north to south,
Oviedo hay una
in Oviedo,
existencia que no
there is
tiene
also
ningún
a
elemento de
project
nostalgia
that
asociado
hasn't
en
have
cuanto a la
any
resistencia en
nostalgia
sí en
element
cuanto a determinados usos que
associated.
pueda tener. Entonces, el proyecto ganador
The awarding
utiliza esa
project
persistencia, pero
uses
aprovecha para pensar en nuevas formas de
the elements
domesticidad.
to
Es decir,
rethink
que
about new ways of
el
elasticity,
reutilizar un edificio
to
no tiene por
reuse the
qué quedar
building.
atado a una nostalgia del lugar, ¿no? Mientras que el
doesn't
segundo
need to be
habla
a
de una
nostalgic
transformación
element.
de esa materialidad.
Then they
y de la
talk
luz,
about the
y las
transformation
ventanas,
of the
y las puertas, ¿no?
materials,
En
the
Vitoria
lights, the
hay
windows,
unas
etc. Then we've got
viviendas que
Victoria
tienen
with
unos
some
60, 70
properties
años,
with
son de una
70,
época donde
60, 70
las
years old,
exigencias eran menores y por
when
tanto
the
tienen
requirements
carencias de
were
todo tipo.
less
Y los
with regards
proyectos,
to the buildings.
mucha gente diría, esto es mejor tirarlo y hacer algo nuevo.
And some people
No,
may
se ha
think, may
demostrado
have
muchas
thought, okay,
veces
this is
que
better to be
siempre
demolished
es
and we
mejor
do something
mantener lo que
new
hay
from
y
scratch.
transformarlo para
But
adaptarlo
it
a
has
las
been proven that it is
necesidades.
always
En cuanto a
better
huella de carbono,
to keep the
y en cuanto a coste
existing
también,
constructions
cuesta
and
más
readapt them
neuronas, pero
because of
cuesta
the
menos
carbon
euros.
footprint as well.
Y por tanto el proyecto ganador habla de
And the
una
awarding prize
manta de los
is
cuidados,
talking
¿no?
about
El proyecto
the
segundo
cares.
abre posibilidades en cuanto a
The second winning
infraestructuras de
place
paisaje,
has
ligando el
to
proyecto
do
al
with
paisaje, siempre como
landscape,
abriendo
infrastructure.
el campo de probabilidades, ¿no? En Barcelona la Verneda la pregunta es muy urbana.
In Barcelona,
cómo
we also have some
completar un barrio,
projects.
es decir, la preexistencia tiene que ver
We take into account the
con
pre-existing buildings in a
un
whole
archipiélago de
quarter.
cosas al que hay que dotar de un mar, ¿no? Y ambos proyectos también, los vamos a ver ahora, tratan de ello, ¿no? En Barcelona también, en la Font del Cos, un lugar
In la
frágil,
Font del
donde la
Cos, it was a
preexistencia
fragile
es casi
site.
inmaterial,
The
porque,
pre-existence of
lo construido
materials was
tiene muy poca
evident,
importancia en
but
cuanto a lo físico,
the
en cambio
physical
tiene mucha
elements
importancia en cuanto a lo humano.
don't
Y eso es
have
algo que
a lot
el
of
proyecto
importance,
ya
but the
sabe
most
que trabaja.
relevant thing is the
En Getafe
human
es uno
part
de
of
los
it.
casos donde hay una
Getafe is one of the cases where we had the Bull Stadium or arena
hay un proyecto ganador que es el refugio climático,
converted into a climate shelter, reusing the geometry of the arena. So we've got like several ways of applying the idea of resourcing. there are different alternatives. In Navalmoral, we've got another infrastructure. It's a continental infrastructure with different topographies, including water, movements of the population living there, railways, etc. And both proposals, the winning one and the second one, deal with building a way in that place to react and make it habitable, to reconnect with the nature and the place. There is also a building associated with the territory, which is the wine place. And the proposals that we are going to see are working on that territory. So they look at the object, but also at the territory where the object is located. In Santa Pola, we also have the landscape that has been damaged because of the digging, and the proposals are trying to convert this in a different system, in another way of using and creating new cycles of water, etc. So it's like the pearl of the idea about how to rethink what we've got to create a new environment. So there is a whole list of sites, and I believe that when we get out of here, we will have several ideas in our head about how to do things better in the future. About the pre-existing constructions, they can also be reused. Conflicts can also be reused as a way of creating alternatives. Congratulations to the awarding teams for the future, the prizes and the projects that they have ahead. Congratulations to the cities because of the questions that have been made with the young teams. And thanks Europe and Spain for creating this space where this reflection is possible. And the idea of a better future is always with us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Y Carlos Arroyo le pasa premiada también repetidas veces en Europan y
Catalina, she's also a member of the jury. Thank you very much for being here. First of all, I don't know whether I can add too much after Carlos, but first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and to be able to be part of the jury. I think being on your side is valuable, more valuable than being on this side. I am going to talk a little bit about what we did as a jury. I would like to highlight the huge amount of proposals that you have lodged. We met in July, in Barcelona last July. We were 11 members of the jury that I am going to mention. I am not going to mention all of them because you may know them, but I would like you to know the diversity of the jury. So the members was Iñaki Carnicero. The jury has a high value because you've got different profiles from different nationalities all around the world. And this validates the quality of the proposals that have been lodged. We had Fernando Canales, Ana Luisa Soares, Pascal Genetel, Nader Terani, Fabrizio Galanti, and Luis Florentino from outside Spain, and then Deborah Mesan, David Lorente, and Xavier Montes as part of the Spanish jury. I was there as a replacement. And then I replaced one of the members afterwards. In all the meetings, we were overwhelmed because of the responsibility that we had as a jury to give a reply to the big amount of proposals that we had on the table, 181 proposals. In the building building in the Municipal Institute for Planning in Barcelona, we didn't have enough room. We needed to use 2 different buildings, and we were moving from one building to another because it was impossible to hold all the proposals in just one building. So it was overwhelming. So it was a big effort behind, many hours of work behind. Each of the panels had a code. Obviously, nobody knew what was behind the codes. But now, we are all here again. We have the developers, the organizers, the jury, and the candidates. We are all here today in an open dialogue, and this is the magic of Europe, and this doesn't happen in other contests. In other contests, you just lodge your paper, and then you can check online whether you have been awarded the prize or not. So you are not talking directly to the people, to the finalists, to the organizers, etc., to the runners-up. So this is the magic that we have in Europe, and this is the beautiful thing of all this event. So there was a big diversity in the jury, also in gender, age, profiles, different fields of work. And that made the jury and the discussions very richful. And all the agents of the sites had an important role to play as well. The members of the jury had studied the proposals, but the members of the sites knew about the proposals by heart. All of them had studied all the cases by heart. And sometimes they would explain the proposal to us, specific details of the proposals to us. Because in a general view, you cannot check absolutely everything because you need to be ruling out proposals very quickly. And sometimes it is difficult to take decisions and check about the details. I think we took the best decisions as a jury. We will see that later. And with our decision, we wanted to be positioned to diversity. So in general, you will see that in the results. There are very different proposals. Each side is totally different. The first award is considered to be the best by all the jury, obviously, fulfilling all the requirements, but there are proposals that are a manifesto of other ways of resourcing. So this is also important. And this was expressed in all the minutes. We have mentioned all the prizes and the mentions, and they are all different ways of resourcing. The positioning of Europe is something that will make it easy to us to take a decision. Therefore, as you can see, out of the 181 proposals, it was 36 elected. I don't think we've got all of them today here, but there are 36 elected. So thanks for the opportunity. I feel part of this, and welcome to European family.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Catalina.
Thank you. And now we are going to start with the presentations. We are going to have one presentation per site. So we are going to start with Barcelona, La Font del Cos, the project of Pedras Pans. Hope I have pronounced it correctly. With Alessaura, Alba Maria Thiers, and Paul Aguilera. They are some friends. Thank you very much.
equipo de amigos con conocimientos complementarios, urbanismo.
It is a team of friends with complementary skills, urbanism, landscape, ecology, architecture, planning, and a shared interest to contribute to the future of the collective spaces of the city of Barcelona, working together to tackle complex topics such as ecosystem logics and urban regeneration with a proactive and positive outlook. I just give the floor to the presentation of this new project.
Espero que no estén desordenados todos. ¿Por qué? Pues porque está desordenado. ¿Cómo se hace para la presentación? Que empiece ya. Lo vemos, pero ya estáis aquí. La siguiente voy a ir mirando y los voy llamando. Perdón, va a ser la primera, luego esperemos que todo vaya más fácil. Así es que tenéis...
Apologies, it's going just to be the first one. Oh, you have the floor. No, I cannot hear you.
No pasa nada. ¿Hola? ¿Sí?
Hello, yes. Okay. Alex Aura is myself, and we have Paul and Alba, and we are the team from Pedres Pons. And this is just say to the Catalans, we say Pedres dels Pans. From the Pedres, we say Pans. What does it mean? That we, from whatever you get, we give the maximum value out of it. Talking about resources, actually, what could we find here in this site that could help us to develop a proposal? For instance, if we need an exhaustive knowledge of what we just say having in this site in order to give us two new concepts and ideas. Taking into account our proposal, what we thought it was quite interesting was just to get a solution to something that was not solved at the Collserola Mountains in Barcelona. Let's see if we can actually see that on the screen. This mountain? No, we're not. Well, in that case, the idea behind was just to see what we could, how we can give some value to this site. And the city of Barcelona, you can see here, it is just cut by a big infrastructure, which is a motorway that just cuts the site in between and makes us see that two divisions, Pampapanas and Calvotari, which are two quarters to both sides of the main valley. And then the land is just highly marked depending on the city itself. So the project was just thinking of the construction and building of certain urban infrastructures. Shall I carry on or not? What happened here?
Sin presentación ni nada, o sea, en directo.
Okay, we don't need a presentation, direct and live. I don't need anything to support my speech. Anything, just let us know.
¿Ahora? Bueno, pero ¿podrías tirar una atrás? Ahí estamos.
Okay. So we have a couple of quarters with some difficult situation regarding planning, and then we have a big axis that we can have a plane with all those quarters with a height and the altitude without having to see the vertical of the mountain, and this solves with the study of the topography of the site and the environment in order to see where we can connect the axis, connecting the quarters at both sides of the dells. Oh, please we go again. It collapses.
¿Sí? Si lo puedes hacer grande o... Vale. Bueno.
O sea, le meto zoom, pero...
Debería estar temporalizado, sí. Ya.
Sí.
¿Lo hacemos así?
Es que se cierra el programa.
Vale, bueno. Nada, sí, vale. Intentaré ir rápido igualmente y así... Vale, pues en ese caso, mira...
Okay. The proposal, it's hard to see though, but try to connect all those quarters on top of the big motorway that was just over the city of Barcelona. We wanted to have like a walk over that motorway on parallel, but on the plain level, just going through all the different quarters and recognizing the situation in all those spaces and sites in order to link to what's happening both with the current in vertical and this axis, somehow just having a crossroad. And talking about the Olympic Games in 1992, we wanted to take advantage of everything, and we actually took this original site, and it was certain some above everything, and on this down with this axis connects them all, and we have a small bridge connecting all that connects the activity throughout this axis, and somehow we're just approaching this new quarter. And then we start recognizing the riverbed and also recognize all the grapes, the groves from that area, the vegetable gardens, in order to have certain crafts.
Pues que como no sé el timing, pues... Vale, sí. Nada. Voy más lento. Nada. Bueno, pues... Que así me explico con más...
Thank you. It's better if I speak slower and explain myself better, apart from facilitating the work to the interpreters. Okay, taken to these axes that connect in all the different quarters we have. For instance, we have the Mundeg University. On the other part, we have Canelles. And somehow, the proposal was to have a slower capacity with cyclers and buses that enable us to reach in a more equitative kind of way to these other quarters that were hilly, and they will facilitate the internal contacts once we actually reach that area with these small cuttings, and so that we were able to reach to the low floors of these buildings. And on those higher heights, we actually have to see that actually the neighbors of the quarters actually agree with that. So on the one side and on the other, both actually, as you can see on the left-hand side, it's a more difficult side because it was highly affected by other activities. Where we need to get here is to build small roads and pitches that will actually enable us not to build spaces very easy. Somehow it recognizes what's happening on the higher part with these big axes that is connected different quarters on a larger scale, a municipal scale. And when we actually get with the crossing of this area, and when you see buildings then they recognize the network of more fragile kind of buildings and properties over a mountain and the risks underneath, and replies to the activities that are actually happening. And that will enable us to improve the city and reduce that feeling of isolation of that area of the city. I hope you understood what I said.
Pues mil gracias, Alex. Perdón hemos ido a buscar otro ordenador por si acaso vuelve a suceder. Volver a la frontera. A vosotros. Volver. No, que no sois vosotros. Gracias a vosotros. Lo has hecho súper bien. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Volver a la frontera, barrio.
Okay, going back to the Frontier Barrio, it's a project by Elena Madiari, Margherita Pasquali, Elena Sokolova, with the collaboration of Yusuf Kurt and Sara Abimeshed. It is an interdisciplinary team combining architecture, urban design, policy evaluation, and data-driven analysis of research, building on a long-standing friendship and a shared European 17 won in Cantu, Italy, where Carlos Arroyo was there as a jury. By the way, collaborates as a trio for the very first time, combining spatial design with analytical tools in order to assess and project dynamic urban strategies. Can you hear me? Yes?
Okay.
Barrio. Trabajamos en este proyecto. Yo soy Elena Maliali, Margherita Pasquali, Elena Sokolova. También Yusuf Kurt y Sara Arbi, estos arquitectos de este despacho de arquitectos, nos han ayudado, donde trabaja Margarita. El proyecto se sitúa en la Font del 2. Esto es una zona urbana de Barcelona. Por un lado tenemos fábricas y por el otro lado tenemos un parque natural. Hay muchísimos aspectos en la vecindad, en el vecindario, relacionados con la calidad de la vivienda, las infraestructuras, espacios públicos, en general, movilidad, aparcamientos, servicios públicos, entonces no hay autobuses, etcétera, etcétera. Así que todo el entorno de esa zona es bastante frágil, y con todo eso lo que hemos hecho es desarrollar una estrategia. Voy a hablar de la escala metropolitana y territorial. Esto es un proyecto que también se fija un poco, porque es a lo largo del tiempo se ha desarrollado y evolucionado este proyecto. Por supuesto, empezamos con 3 estrategias inicialmente. La primera era sobre intentábamos mejorar lo que era el suelo, de ahí con la plantación, la vegetación. Y también estaba unido a otros resourcing, que es implementar la fabricación y producción de esa zona a través de la movilidad, creando una infraestructura que comprende diferentes tipos de movilidad. La movilidad como de transporte público, sobre todo. Otro modelo, de otro punto dentro de la estrategia, tiene distintos niveles y se tienen que controlar. Aquí veis, por ejemplo, un plan máster dinámico en el que hay distintos indicadores que nos dicen cómo se evoluciona a lo largo del tiempo. Es una estrategia que
stage by stage, so there will be some actions to be implemented before and some others will take longer. Here you see by different colors the 3 types of strategies. So one is really looking at the territorial, the territorial background. The Serra de Collserola, which is a natural park in Barcelona. Then we have the area of the project, and the mobility, which was the blue one. At the metropolitan scale, we imagine a strategy for the economic development. This is rooted in the agricultural production. This is also related to the history of the neighborhood. So we made a big effort, I would say, to recall all the natural spaces in terms of botanical, spaces that could be reintroduced in the area. These conceive both vineyards, olive plants, as well as orchard and so on. And the idea is that there will be this circular and dynamic strategy rooted in this circular production, in which the consumers are also prosumers, and with this we mean that there will be some people living in the neighborhood. We will also working and also, let's say, nurturing the economic development of the area. And this will also revolve with some positive outcomes, both in the accessibility of the neighborhood, as well as the livability, that, as I just said, it's kind of one sore point. This is also imagined to be monitored, so we imagine various indicators, both for like jobs, new houses, old houses to be restored, as well as the economic production more in general, and also infrastructures related to the economic production. Lastly, as we will see in the next slide, we imagine where there was the old torrente, so the old river, a new Rambla that will include also numerous public services and community spaces, because one of the problems of the area is that we have no spaces for the people. So here you can see we really focus on imagining different type of new actions. Some are more related to the natural, the natural part of the project, some others more to the livability, some others to the mobility. So we imagine really at the fine grain how the new bus line would unveil through the city, through the area, and so on. This will then be more, let's say, specific when we look at the last level of analysis, which is the local level. So here you're still seeing all the different actions with different colors. And then when we get to the local level, what we want to do is to actually imagine 12 actions, which will form a toolkit, which will involve different actions related to, again, the mobility, the new houses that will be built, as well as the old houses which will be formalized and strengthened in a way. Again, also the local scale strategy will be monitored with several indicators. So for us, it's really important that this project can be replicable and also adjustable over time. And there will be also at this scale, especially, we imagine a coordination with different actors. So this is not just a multi-scalar project and a multi-level project, but also with different actors. Here you see the different actions. So they are 12 actions. These involve both working on the mobility, working on the public space, working on new local services for the community, as well as really at the specific level, also working on materials for the new developments that we imagine to be as much possible sustainable and ecological and with a low impact, also reusing what was already there, let's say, so minimizing the impact. And revolving in this strategy that really encompasses different levels of actions. So for example, one of the problems was that the area is, of course, very steep. So there was a problem of mobility, especially for maybe people with different mobility needs. So we imagine how to make it, let's say, usable for different people, as well as this is the main Rambla, where we imagine also a local market where the agriculture model can actually find the final stage, which will involve also the commerce, of course. And so the idea is that this is a regenerative project that encompasses different stages, and that can be replicated through Mediterranean areas in Europe, as well as other areas in Barcelona. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Anna Marcon, Andreas Georgios Theodoridis, Fabrizio Veneruso y Pietro Vitale. Francesca Filippo Ana, Andreas, Fabrizio y Pietro son arquitectos que comparten la misma formación académica en la Universidad de Ferrara. A lo largo de sus carreras han adquirido una amplia experiencia profesional y en investigación en Italia y en Europa. Esta es su primera colaboración como equipo en la que combinan sus habilidades en un planteamiento de diseño unificado.
Can you hear me now?
¿Me oís? Sí, muchísimas gracias por la presentación, la introducción. Tenemos a Andreas y yo, el resto de compañeros no pudieron venir, desgraciadamente. Mira.
Pasando las diapos, Fabrizio. Come on,
Okay.
please.
We're back. So, we find ourselves in Fondelgos. We're in between the Collserola part and the city.
De Collserola y la ciudad de Barcelona. Y lo que consideramos que es muy importante saber de este lugar es que hasta
Of the city, so the people living there, they're not supposed to be living there, so it's a very complex situation. As you can see inside the settlement, we can find, this is a transversal section, and you see we have Can Papanaps, which is the lower part of the settlement, then the community center, and then Cal Notari, which is the area that is inside the Natura Park 2000, which brings even more difficulties. So our strategy is divided in 5 steps. The first one is the participation with the community and understand what are the problems, then the activation, the inhabitation, and taking care of it. Landscape and accessibility. So how we tackled the accessibility problem is we implemented some terrace parks, as you can see here, that help you navigate in the settlement, the neighborhood. Inside the neighborhood, we found a lot of spaces that were underused or we abandoned houses, so we decided in some cases to build some social housing, always being very sensible to the surroundings and how the current typology is. Around the social center that we saw, it was the center of the neighborhood earlier, we developed a circular economy, and I'm going to talk now about the community center more in specific. We imagine it as the heart of the neighborhood. Right now it's a very fragile construction, but the people there, they are very connected to it. And so we imagined a phased requalification of the area where we build a new building for the social center, where we believe it can be the meeting point between the neighborhood and the administration, and also host some activities. In Can Papanaps, it's where I was saying we found a lot of space to requalify, especially this parking space here. This here it was a warehouse, and we proposed some dwellings, and then we have this old building, La Masia, Can Papanaps, that is the only historic building we found in the area, and we imagine it as where the community gardens can be. The Cal Notari area is completely different. As I said, it's inside the park, so it's very, very fragile, and we believe it's not possible to do big changes to it. What we thought is an urban thinning method, where we go and we adapt the typology of the self-building that we have there, and we try to render them more accessible and create some small pockets of community life and so on. So what our conclusion is, like how we read this whole area, is that we found this word, which is dystony. In medical terms, it means that when someone feels out of place, out of time, and that's how we believe our area of Fondelgos is interpreted, and we believe we can bring it to a syntony where things can work better for everyone. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much and we apologize.
Nos disculpamos por los inconvenientes técnicos. We're going to see the presentations for La Verneda. So Begoña is going to open the PowerPoint. So we are going to start with the presentation of the project. The authors are Theodor Cristian Dascalu, Cristian Marian Stoyan, and Andrea Tradurescu. It's a temporary association for architects with professional experience in Europe. They consider architecture with like a cultural practice focused in the care, responsible provisioning and adaptability, valuing what it is existing already. Their focus is for a contemporaneous spoliato, boosting the reuse of materials and flexible structures that could evolve. Somos Andrea, Teodor y Cristian. Vamos con retraso ya, pero bueno, aquí tenemos una imagen de nuestro proyecto. Es un vecindario de los 60. Intentamos utilizar el material ya existente y ver el concepto de reciclado. Estamos utilizando la movilidad también, las zonas verdes, la reestructuración de las infraestructuras sociales. Una de las ideas principales que tiene nuestro proyecto es el concepto del expoliato, que es lo que hemos mencionado también en el proyecto. Tenemos una zona industrial que habría que demoler y con todo lo que es los desperdicios vamos a hacer un concepto de expoliato contemporáneo. Aquí tenemos la estructura propuesta, es un inventario muy simple de los elementos que vamos a repetir muchas veces. Es un volumen cerrado, tenemos también brazos de grúas, tenemos terrazas, es un poco de pop art accidental que tenemos en el proceso. Esta idea de porosidad también se puede ver con esta imagen, es una visión de lo que va a ser el nuevo desarrollo de la Verneda. Es una estructura muy permeable, a pesar de que la estructura es rígida, porque repetimos la estructura, pero es permeable. Tenemos estos arcos arquitectónicos con distintas funciones sociales y públicas. Y en los distintos pisos tenemos también las conexiones con los distintos niveles. Aquí tenemos una vista de los pisos, los distintos niveles y lo que proponemos en el espacio para
great care of providing enough water management solutions such as a water pond and careful choice of vegetation that we propose in order to manage the stormwater. And here you see also in terms of accessibility, it's also possible to connect the two streets by a sloped terrain, which you see here. This is the view from Cantabria. You see again the building itself is very repeatable structure. Here you see again from bottom to top this connection between the existing neighborhood and the new neighborhood that's about to come. Then the flow through of the apartments. On the right side you have this gallery, which is also the access to the apartments, then a buffer area, and then the apartments themselves, they also have a sort of gradient from public to private. which is mediated by this service core, which we rotated 45 degrees in order to gain more space and actually to provide more open spatiality of the apartments. And in the same way, the design brief mentioned very simple repeated 60 apartments, all of the same type. We thought to challenge that, providing a very flexible structure of the apartment itself. So we also could think about different types of different scenarios of different family compositions or different kinds of views, which you see here. Did I forget anything? Yeah, this is an overview again, the recap of the. It's a box on top of a very permeable ground floor. The machine for living. This is also Le Corbusier's theories was also something that guided us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. El siguiente proyecto es el proyecto para la
project is the one for the Verneda Eco Habitat. We've got Carmen Povedano Olleros and Pablo Navas Diaz. Povedano Navas is a firm made up with architects of the EDSAM in Madrid with experience in international studies, renowned with awards in contests. They develop a contemporaneous architecture that interprets the context with sensibility and precision, able to tissue the continuity with the place and transforming the time in space. You've got the word. Sorry, the floor is yours.
Perdón. Para pasar, sí.
Era un vídeo, se supone.
Ay, mi madre.
No, no pasa nada, tengo el vídeo, no pasa nada.
Pues dice que es un vídeo que no funciona verdaderamente. No tenemos mucha suerte esta tarde con la técnica, lo lamento. Pues que es un vídeo que se supone que debería arrancar y que no arranca.
Lo que pasa es que... No pasa nada. No pasa nada, ¿eh? Ah, vale, que va... Mira, le da aquí. Abrir. Vale, pues mira, dale a este. Vale, pues cuando le dais a play ya es la presentación guiada.
Ya está en play.
Vale, pues
ya está playando.
Vale, un segundo, le das a... Ya te da tiempo a llegar.
No tardéis mucho, por favor. Está... Esto es... No vamos a poder hacerlo. Dale, ¿ya?
La propuesta parte de ideas
por favor.
Para hacer vivienda efectiva. Frente al modelo cerrado, jerárquico, que contiene la vivienda intencionada. Ahora. Gracias. Bien. Pues la propuesta parte...
The proposal comes from an essential idea that it's in order to build buildings, then you have to make a city against the hierarchical usual way of building housing. Then there is a new way of inhabitants with certain bodies, several bodies and actions. The project proposes a different of urban paradigm from consumption to production, from closeness to commonness, from main property to the shared property. Within 2030, the proposal pretends to generate everyday life, and as you already know, it is in a specific set, and instead of being an isolated object, the proposal is a cohabitat in order to be able to twinkle public spaces, a neighborhood, and environmental ecosystems as activating the modern against a fragmented city where the blocks generate blocks with no continuity. Ecohabitat is thinking about specific conditions, closed blocks, construct and build isolated archipelagos. Ecohabitat wants to build shared buildings acting as a transformation within the existing space. It breaks the common and activates vegetation against traditional way where it was a limitation in the past. It is now a social and ecological new model, and it's just not respond to ourselves, but also to the transformation of the existing things. It's not just to have only that, but activated, and it's articulated in 3 axes: production, sharing, and looking after and caring. That's why ecohabitat is integrated with the nature and all different levels. The main floor, it's about the workshops, shops, and space, just thinking of something between public and domestic. The other floors above, they generate a common integration with collective kind of life. In the common corridors and the above levels, we have vegetation, and the project replaces the linear model of building by a circular kind of logical integrated within the territory metabolism with reversible engagements that enable the reproduction of waste at the same time as dry industrialization with lower impact to the environment. Vegetable facades act as a climate area, and the environmental structure and strategy, it's oriented depending on the needs, crossing ventilation, solar panels, and vegetation, just modulating the water, and both vegetation and water makes a cycle and closed cycle that enable a better way of life. And ecohabitat breaks with normal regulation and proposes several issues. There is not only one way of cohabit, but several ones. Facilities, technical facilities concentrated in a small place, liberating the space for other flexible. It can be opened and divided, depending, and can be adapted. This kind of structure, it's oriented to the southwest, so to make building is to make a city. Ecohabitat proposes a different way of cohabiting or living, and to look after the common spaces. And the project opens the possibility to more resilient kind of cities and regenerative cities that don't consume the future but produce it. Ecohabitats, Barcelona 2030.
¿Cuál es el que viene después?
El que viene después de aprobar esta.
Luego escojo el pendrive.
¿Cómo?
Seguimos, por favor. Vamos a... Es que no tengo el... Responde.
Yes.
El proyecto...
Okay, we keep the project Commons de Verneda, caused by Covadonga, Canellada, Rosalía Martínez Pérez, Sara Osorio Santín, María Rodríguez Grela, Alba Suaña, y Patricia Vázquez Sáez. There are 6 young architects trained together in A Coruña and having complementary experiences around the world. Since graduating, they came together and they named R25, developing different projects, traveling and conducting research. They've participated in several competitions. On the first special mentions, always seeking proposals that will connect innovation, sustainability, and everyday life. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
¿Ahora? Sí.
We are Patrick, Kova, and myself, Sarah, and we're going to present Común. We are together, HA25, a team interested in knowing to see how architectures can reply to housing challenges, always looking to dialogue between the constructive technique and that urgency to create spaces that actually belong to the community where they're based. The title of the project is merging between Común in between Catalan and encapsulates the general idea, the main idea of the project, which is just to have a space, being able to create community, enabling the different ways of living, cohabit along the years. We stem from the idea that living transforms more rapidly than architecture, so that we don't propose a specific and fixed project, but rather a flexible project being able to adapt to future needs, and the tool in order to have it will be the wall. Historically, the wall is perceived as a rigid limit, something that is built in order to separate and divide. But Común, for us, the wall is not the limit anymore, rather a support in order to articulate new spaces and how an element that accompanies the community where it's going to be based in. We established certain basic dimensions for this wall. I cannot believe this again. Oh no, don't worry. What's happening, really?
Ya, venga, va, que me estaba yendo ahora. Ay, me voy a desaparecer. ¿Qué? Hombre, que no.
¿Esta es? ¿Y vamos por aquí?
Sí, justo la diapositiva siguiente.
La siguiente. Vamos. Perdón, van a seguir la presentación.
Apologies. As we were saying, the basis for our system is the wall. We're looking for standardized dimensions, being able to house the more uses available as possible, both individually or collectively of the building itself or the housing. But the project is not just for the different kind of users that they can have. This happens again, but doesn't matter. But a project that is flexible enough that when these new future users appear, then we will be able to use this wall. It can be used in an isolated kind of way without actually affecting the global system. And I'll tell you more things in a minute.
Hay un PowerPoint.
Sí. Pero este, sí.
Que descargo como sola.
Perdón, no está funcionando.
Apologies, the PC is not working. Does anyone will have a computer with PowerPoint?
Venían y no pasaban. Pero si alguien tuviera... No tengo la menor idea. Si lo intentas... No es un problema de eso, es que el programa se cierra porque no tiene suficiente capacidad.
Esto, lo único es que solo tiene una clavija. Mira, está trayendo.
Nos vamos a tomar una caña.
Gracias. Si le das, justo retomo. Ahí, venga, ya. Estamos con...
Okay, we were talking about the war and the idea that we actually think that we cannot anticipate the new future ways of living because they are still unknown. So we look for a system that is flexible enough in order to adapt to future needs as they come in. And this system is the wall, as we've already mentioned. So these walls, talking about materials, are wooden walls. The idea is that they're just manufacturing in fabrics in the factory, and they are just there to be mounted. The different materials. The necessary resources to build them and the environmental impact are taken into account. Could you please keep on to the next slide now? Okay, so what happens is that the materials being used try to be those that are coherent with the area where they are and the resources available from the area so that we have a comfortable space. Here we are. Here we have a mural, a wooden wall that is manufactured from the factory directly to be mounted wherever we need it, and using all the resources of the area and being coherent with the environment and the area. Taking all the available resources, here we hear how they are built in every floor. It is composed of 3 different nuclei, and at the same time they articulate the different rooms rooms, and they work as a thread line, and in order to be able to share with the other cohabitants of the space. Regarding the structure, we have a main structure of concrete, pre-concrete, where all those walls are built in the different buildings. On top of that, there are another walls made of steel, and they can be modified in a more flexible and rapid way in order not to move the general axis of the building itself, and they actually help us between the different private elements and more solid structure that last more in time, and they will actually go through the inner part of the building. We started to talk about the small part of it, the wall, but architecture is not an isolated element, and we understand architecture as a way of living in the neighborhood, because vegetation and other elements are also used. A very important element in a project is the water coming from the rainfalls, and it goes through depuration kind of way, and helping the actual water coming from the rains for planting, for watering the plants, for instance, and the structured kind of way within the plot. They actually boost public space and enabling the project to be connected with the future development of the neighborhood. Regarding the volume, it's escalonated, taking into account all the urban scales of the neighborhood and also the weather conditions. And in the main floor, then we have the Casa del Barri, so they're open spaces for young people, for children, for elderly, generating open spaces that will boost this idea of community between the neighborhood people and the project. And eventually, you can actually see here that we consider this project rather as a support, rather than the concept doesn't finish when the actual building is finished, but when it's actually cohabited by the people, and we actually see other activities or the common use of daily life at the different spaces. It's therefore a structure that is available and prepared to admit multiple ways of living. As regards the collective and private point of views, we understand that as not as two different spaces, but rather gradient. We come from an open space and the main floor, and then we go up through terraces and corridors that end up in the private properties. As the main points, what we want to create is community. We want to create these spaces, meeting points where people actually cohabit from different generations and taking into account other factors from the neighborhood. In order to end, we also want to apply different sustainable strategies, as we've explained so far, as well as create a urban generation and participative way. Thank you.
Muchas gracias y mucho mérito por haber seguido.
Thank you very much. Now we've got Ariane Aro, the author of the second award with the new project. He's an architect and engineering in building, and he collaborates as well as a municipal architect in contests and private missions. His focus is for renaturalization and democratization in facing the climate emergency. I am going to start with a fragment of something that has to do with this. The circular way is the body of the materials. The materials have to be soft. They have to be submitted to the own body. Inside the body, the house has to have, there must be a nest. The nest has to be adapted to the bird, to the house of the bird, and to the bird itself. This is an urban strategy in order to get a fraction of the neighborhood of La Verneda, where we have lots of buildings from the 80s and 70s, and there is also a development area next to it. In the future, it will be for accommodation and industries. With this project, we want to have a triangular place to be converted in an area where you've got buildings that could be seen from all the positions, from all the 360 degrees. The building has to be adapted to the tenants and the environment. It can go through the wind, through the light, and through the people. It has to be waterproof. The ground floor is totally open. It is a fluid space without barriers. It connects the street with the heart of the building. It is a soft transition between the private and the public. From the climate point of view, the building operates as a thermodynamic machine. It is aligned with the green corridor of the river nearby, and its shape captures the breeze. Through the venturi effect, we have the natural crossed effect and the ventilation of the whole area. The central patio is for a light. It is like the lung of, it's like a bioclimatic oasis where the life is in place with the community. Here is where the neighborhood is interacting. Inside we've got the properties. The design breaks with the traditional design, eliminating completely corridors. We've got the perimeter circulation where the movements flow, the internal space is expanding from the visual point of view, supriming all the square meters. The spatial distribution has a gender perspective. The kitchen is not at the back of the house, it is in the center. And here you've got that the caring is the heart of the family life. The bedrooms have equivalent dimensions with total flexibility. One room can be a playroom, it can be a bedroom, it can be a dining room, adapting to the needs of the family with the time. We also need a production focus. We've got shared workshops open to the street, creating spaces where the neighborhoods can repair and act as entrepreneurs, activating the local economy. We want to have tri-dimensional models in a prefabricated way. It can be mounted in a silent way, minimizing the noise with a negative carbon footprint with the wood elements. The building is part of a circular metabolism. It has also a nursery room. The residents would be able to harvest their own food, and in the ground floor they will have workshops for food sovereignty. It has their own resources. It's got the solar panels, it's got the water from the rainfall, and the public accommodation is going to be part of the transition. It is an open shelter looking for the environment, empowering its inhabitants and the domestic life, transforming the urban future of this neighborhood. And that's it.
Gracias.
El primer premio La Verneda.
The first prize of La Verneda is with Robert Gomez. This is a little bit complicated. It's a team working on the space in different perspectives. Aina is an architect, and she also combines her practice with the investigation of a common space, creating stories. Robert is an architect and a teacher. He collaborates with architect firms and focuses in the visual representation of the architecture and its spatial narrative. Thank you very much, Carmen. Aina was not able to come today, so she apologizes for that. I'm going to talk about the project. The mission seemed quite easy because it was for public housing. In this plot, in the La Verneda area in Barcelona, it is a neighborhood which is quite peculiar, and it is located in the northeast of Barcelona, at the south of the future Sagrera station. So we studied which elements we had in this neighborhood, so we went back in the history and we found three different things. First of all, the Masias, which is the old typical houses in Barcelona, with big farm extensions that were very interesting for the industry afterwards. This was very typical of the area. So we've got this type of landscape composed with these old villas. In the 50s, we started to have new buildings for the workers of the farms. In the neighborhood, we've got part of these areas and these villas. We also have several free areas.
Y en el futuro esto será el parque de las.
And this will be the park in the future. We'll have an industrial area that is going to be developed further with public accommodation. So our project is right in the middle, and it wants to connect these two tissues, so to say, these two areas. Our site is quite interesting. It's like a triangle. We've got two levels. The upper part of the level is going to disappear, and we are going to have new housing over there. The equipment will be underground, semi-underground. The accommodation and housing will be at the street level, and it will allow for the connection. We've got on the upper side on the left, you've got stairs that will allow for the connection of the two levels. Part of the housing will be there on the ground floor, a little bit elevated. You can also see the main access here. You can see the roof with part of the equipment. You've got urban orchards that are going to be useful for the inhabitants. On the underground floor, we've got parking. This is a working area with lots of history, and it is complemented with urban orchards that are going to be useful for the existing inhabitants. Here you've got a standard floor with a big rational behind. It's a building with a passerelle, with a pathway. It has crossed ventilation of all the houses. We've got two stairs. One is a circular one, and this is going to be built with prefab elements. It would be carried in trucks to the site to minimize the impact of the works. Each house will have all these elements, and the closings are going to be with pre-industrialized elements. This is the northeast facade. You can see how the air can come through, and this is the back facade with these windows, so that people who live there can use the galleries and the balconies and can be in close relation with the other neighbors. This is the plant. It's a flexible plant. You've got the multifunctional center point with the bathroom. You've got 4 bedrooms, same size. So 4 rooms that can be adapted to the needs of each of the families. that we live in this house. So with big ventilation, as you can see in the image. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Pues vamos a dar comienzo a la presentación.
We're going to start with the presentation of those projects that Perfect. First one we're going to see is
Vamos a hablar de Sí, claro. Vamos a empezar por la presentación.
We're going to start with the presentation of the project, a special mention, the Means to the Mountain. The team is composed by... No, we're going to start with Learning Coexistence. The author is Civil and Gogi, with the collaboration of Caterina Solovira. Silvia is here, yes? It's an architectural and landscape also. It converges in order to generate ideas, thoughts, and that enrich their creative process. It is a journey that fits from nature and from the different places and unique languages everywhere. I give you the floor. Oh, hola.
Voy por sentimiento, vamos a ver el castellano donde me lleva. Entonces, este proyecto ha sido muy importante para mí porque hubo una investigación muy importante social, porque
a very important research in my firm, not only architecture on landscape, also research has a main role in our firm. And in that area is when I started to do and to prepare this project. I was reading certain books, and the first one was a collection of texts from Alborose, and talked about how we can actually understand architecture without considering the period where it was built. And the other book from Mario Cucinella talks about the future is a journey in the past. These two books has highly influenced me, and when we were in Felanitza and we actually met the old workers, and when I saw them between them, they were actually talking about this building. I fully understood that I had to investigate and do more searching on this. The cathedrals we saw is not just a building by itself, it's more than that. And then I started with this kind of archaeology to do some searching and to see why Sindicat was a reality. It's not just the point where everything starts of the journey, but it was a stage. It's a result. That is that it was a community, a happy community, united, that all together actually get to create something magnificent. And then I started to ask myself why in 2026 we do not have that. It's just to realize social problems that we have now. And the research led me to experience and experiment those values from the past and how we could translate those 100 years later that could help us in our current society. Then architecture, we could talk about doors, windows, facades, but it's not only that, it's just the relationship between man and territory, and something very deep where there was a high cohesion that we actually need to search through architecture and through landscape. this coexistence or those elements I found through my research is that I found coexistence with the society, with the territory, between man and nature, and how we can actually use those in syndicate today. A present day, and architecture may be translated as something that can coexist with already exists. It doesn't have to be a competition at all. The landscape is a way of rebuild all the traces of the ecology that this society has left in the urban tissue of Phalanx, and just to see as a master plan of the landscape. This is something that we do afterwards. So I could actually talk about the building, but I actually thought I preferred talking about the research behind. And I want to leave a question in how is that we can pass from the control to coexistence? How can we rebuild, reconstruct all the past values in order to help us today with vernacular architecture? For instance, how we can actually keep on with the rhythm of everyday life, and how we can build a society that is less competitive. This is all I wanted to say.
Muchas gracias, Silvia. Y gracias por el esfuerzo.
Thank you very much, Silvia, for the great effort. Another special mention means to the mountain from Laura González Romero and Pedro Secalenos Alonso. Laura and Pedro are architects, study in Granite, Madrid and Chile. Is focused in urban design, landscape and regeneration of collective spaces, searching to integrate in the territory and to experience every project. Thank you. Whenever you want.
Hola. Sí. Pues nuestra propuesta para el sindicato parte de una comprensión.
Our proposal actually comes from the territory agricultural that is highly linked to the wine culture. And rather than a physical context, we understand the territory as a tradition that connects production, memory, and landscape. The Syndicat, founded in 1919, was one of the main wine cellars and cooperatives. This building represents collective memory of shared memory. And our proposal just searches to recover this cooperative in order to adapt to current needs. The territory is also marked by the presence of mills and cylindrical elements that is still reminded of Phalanx area and can be recovered in the landscape. There are historic ways that are used to generate new buildings. From all rural roads, we actually propose longitudinal axes that connect two spaces here and new uses between the village and the landscape, and this will be able to restructure the whole project. Between the factory and the village, there is a pro park where public spaces can combine and live in the same infrastructure. So we actually want to have a full infrastructure to be used by the inhabitants of Phalanx. And there are historical traces of the plots. Their circular areas actually work as a meeting point, temporary markets, highly linked to the wine. The road and the main highway separates the syndicate from the center of Phalanx, and the project actually wants to put underground partially the area, and this operation integrates the old factory in the village. The agro park, we understand it as an open space, being able to produce wine, meetings, and new ways of living. This just infrastructure supported by existing way elements could help us. The project divides the program into different complementary systems being showed here, a productive factory for the wine and another agricultural part to lead community activities. They both together could be used for the syndicate. The main area is a cellar for small wine producers and highly linked to the agro park, and it's an innovative engine for the local area. The old areas of bottlings will be transformed in flexible spaces for workshops, archives, and exhibitions, and this will actually help us to highly link the territory. The silos reconstructed and the cellars reconstructed will help us to experiment the building from different levels. From there, we could actually build the whole thing. The old industrial patio is being transformed in a hidden place that can host open spaces, and the natural light comes through the building. The terraces actually work as a small theater openly, and the culture and common life cohabit simultaneously. The building is no longer a unique object, and it's actually a different level, and different users can share the building without interfering among themselves. So we don't want it to be an isolated, ruined place, but a space highly connected with the territory of Felix. Thank you very much.
Vamos a pedir.
We're going to ask Nathaniel to present the project in Felanitz. It's done with Ana Isabel Muñoz Sanchez, and the team is composed by two architects, a Spanish and a French, with projects on both sides of the border. The approach is based on the history of each place, community life, and respect for inhabited landscapes. For them, architecture is both an expression and a driving force behind the ethical construction of their territory. Thank you.
Sí, espero que sí, Natalia. El micrófono, vale.
¿Y ahí? Sí, mejor. Vale. Buenos días. Entonces, nuestro proyecto...
Our project is called the Factory of Landscape. It is located at the south of the island of Mallorca, and it consists of a cultural center,
con problemáticas de recursos, de preservación y de...
a cellar with tourist activities. The landscape in Mallorca is a natural environment, but it is also a space with human activity results. We've got live witnesses of traditions. We can see the new dynamics, human dynamics, that has to do with the geography of the area.
Pues, vemos cómo se organiza nuestra...
Here we can see how everything is organized in the territory. There are several functions that are located here. We've got agriculture, we've got farming, we've got plenty of territory heritage that can be prevailed. There are several groups in the island, and some of them can disappear, and this will mean an alteration of the landscape as we see it today. So we have to reinforce and incentivize the existing elements. We want to create a new cultural place where we can reestablish a relation among the actors of the territory through a cultural center for the protection of the production center. So we've got several local places and sites. We've got water, heritage, landscape, everything all together, but everything is focused in the site. We have made a new door between the territory and the city, taking advantage of the existing marks. In the Islamic area, for example, there were several farming marks that we have used and reutilized. This place has lots of history. There is a whole community with plenty of history behind. The wine cellars are traditional and they are a symbol in the area. From the physical point of view of the plot, there is a national park. I'm sorry, the microphone has gone.
Recuperamos la trama agrícola histórica, la acequia.
Han ido a mirarlo, Nathanael, suponemos que van a ver otro. Se habrá quedado sin clase. Gracias. Perdón.
Y aquí, perfecto. Si podemos solo ir uno atrás. Muchas gracias. Pues sí, ahí hemos usado todos los sitios locales que son.
So we have used all the local elements like water, farms, trees, so that we can create a new territory that is adapted to the new needs, for new uses. We also have the Garden of the Arts, which is dedicated to all these functions that are part of the landscape, like all the trades, all the professions are represented in this project. And all the trades are protecting the landscape in a big whole system. Here you've got the whole park divided into areas. We've got existing buildings that were in a poor situation so that we can convert them into different uses and programs. There is an open market space. Here you've got the entry to the city. From the historical point of view, there was a system for capturing the water at the back, and this was reactivated so that we can create a bioclimate space. This area is also protected, and every action that we have made has been made adapted to the building. So the strategy was to affect or have a minimum impact as possible. And now the areas that we can act more is areas that are going to have a bioclimate function. Here we've got two parts. We've got arts, temporary exhibitions of the trades that we used to have in the island and how they have an impact in the landscape. In the building we also have a cellar. One, it is close to the main entry, and the other one is on the upper level. From the bioclimate point of view, there are 5-meter high deposits with liquids. All the water that is captured from the roofs and the cliffs is used to irrigate the park, so that we've got a bioclimate area. We also have collaboration workshops in the gardens, so all the trades can concentrate and promote it. It's a culture of cooperation that we have in the area. We want to support them. There are plenty of initiatives in all the island, and here they can interact and create energies. We can have scientists, we can have craftsmen, shepherds, and from the resources point of view, the resources are exclusively local or recovered. We can have Posidonia algae for the isolating elements, etc. Everything is done with the local elements inherent to the area or recovered resources. We can see all the technical details of the irrigation canals that we are recovering as well. We are creating a coherent bioclimate whole to support all our initiatives. We've got fields for experiments in the park. We've got some areas that could be used for different purposes. So it's a bioclimate whole that protects the landscape. And this was done in the project area. The uses inside the buildings get outside the building actually, creating the landscape together with the building. We have reopened the city as well with this park. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por atenerte al tiempo. Y vemos el...
And now we have the first prize project with Arnau Cargó, Francisca Gual, Ana Perelló, David Perelló Palma, and Sergi Pérez. This project brings together the perspectives of 5 architects trained at the Superior Architecture School in Barcelona. Arnau, Francisca, Aina, David and Sergi from Mallorca, Barcelona and San Sebastián. The collective builds an interpretation of the territory from multiple scales in order to research, design and activate new ways of living in relation to the existing heritage. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you, Carmen. My name is Arnau. I am the member of the winning team. And the project is called Rebeauty es Syndicat. It is an industrial building that we are revitalizing here. Rebeauty in the Catalan language means to revive. We've got 5 members of the team with 5 different aims. We wanted to have a coherent project, giving a balanced reply to each of the multiple scales that we had in the plot, highlighting things like the relation between the natural environment and the population, thanks to elements that are of this natural element, reflecting on their uses. It has to be a collaboration work with the authorities and the population. If we look at the history and the context, we are managing the project with several scales, taking into account the urban interpretation, the landscape interpretation, and also taking into account the building scale for habitability and use. This was a cooperational cellar that was created in 1951 and it was active up to 1991. It was an economical driver, socio-economical driver for the whole island of Mallorca. The urban nucleus is between 2 different mountains. These 2 different mountains are a natural border, but the relation with the municipality of Felanitx is quite fragmented. Therefore, we wanted to create a green network that unites the different urban paths with the natural environment, creating pathways, pedestrian pathways, and highlighting the emblematic buildings of the area. Our project Our proposal wants for Syndicat to stop being a border, a limit, because it's between Felanitx and the mountain, but we want it to be a union area, collecting the local vegetation, and we suggest the creation of an agricultural park that will recover traditional pathways, historical pathways, and the local vegetation. Also, the road and the roundabout are acting as a limit, but we want to guarantee the continuity. There will be a new mosaic organized within the natural and existing ecosystems. We are creating productive farming spaces at the local way for sports, facilities, activities, and mixed squares. And we are going to have a big square, public square, as main access. The main facade is going to be like a big entry, and it's linked to the rest of the area. It's going to have a restaurant, a gastronomy lab with local products and orchards. As for the building, we didn't want to freeze the building in time, so we wanted to give functions again to this building. This building needed to be inhabited again, and it is of cultural interest. So we transformed the big heritage value elements, and the most emblematic spaces are nearly intact. We just need to guarantee their stability and habitability. We also recovered the water system, the water collection system. In the main area, we've got like a minimum intervention. We want to have tramix passerelles to recover the vision that the workers used to have originally when they were using scaffoldings for the maintenance of the area's architectonical elements. So we've got an industrial heritage that is recovered together with its memory, and it reconnects the municipality with the landscape. It's a new axis that will give the community and social functions back to the building. Thank you very much.
Vamos a ver los proyectos premiados en Getafe.
We're going to see those projects awarded in Getafe. We're going to start with that special mention called The Circular. Begoña de Abajo, Castrillo, and Jerónimo. Oh no, sorry. We'll start with Open Frame. It's Shinsu, Julie Wan, and Hugo Wu.
Sisi, Yihue y Hugo se conocieron durante sus experiencias internacionales.
Over the years, they collaborated in several occasions, developing a sensitive approach to contextual composition. The practice is rooted in the exploration of the lived environment, focusing on daily life and how architecture shapes social roles.
Hola, can you hear me?
¿Escucharme? Sí, gracias. Estamos muy
Proposal for the transformation of the Getafe building, a project built from what already exists on the site. So Getafe is growing rapidly during the 20th century, creating this connected area. And inspired by the Angus Berlin archipelago, we would like to propose a polycentric urban strategy to rebuild the connection within this area. So the project starts from the site as it is. We organize it based on three conditions: from in one space, urban area, and natural landscape. From a transition from urban in one to green space. We then strengthen the connection between these different areas with the Bullering and the Lucia Park and nearby facility. Landscape elements help to connect this space and create a stronger visual identity. The last strategy is re-identification within the transition between this urban area and nature, A series of different scale space are added to support various uses. We would like to create
Do I
an
have
open...
to go on?
Thank you.
Tell
you.
me if it doesn't
We
work.
would like to create an open platform for multiple function, a stage for everyday life with unexpected events. Through changing activity, the space remains dynamic and adaptive. We imagine the building and to its surroundings, support activity from daily use to large cultural events, including workshops, sports, community services, and commercial. To support different uses, the project creates the next one.
Okay.
Thank you. The project creates a clear separation. Oh, sorry, the one before.
The one before?
Yeah,
This
thank you.
one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the project tries to create a clear separation between event, culture, and commercial area. Each can function independently while remain connected. So the one after and the one after. Yeah, this one, thank you. The existing concrete frame is preserved and renovated. Metal structure is added to emphasize the presence of the existing and provide shading for the building. We also propose to reuse material during the transformation process. Demolished concrete can be used for floor, wall, and gabion landscape elements, preserve the trace of the original materiality. We would like the building to serve as an open frame that connects different uses by blurring the boundary between interior and exterior. The building encourages occupation, adaptation, and transformation. The transparent facade brings openness and visibility. Large stair platform become placed together and forming a kind of vertical street. The dialogue between old and the new elements remain visible. The ground floor supports temporary events, separate entrance and technical area allows the space to function independently, create a space for large gathering and celebration. And the mezzanine works as an open corridor. Oh, the one before.
Encore?
No, sorry. Yeah, thank you. The mezzanine works as an open corridor for daily activity. Supported by a flexible grid system, it accommodates different use as a stage for everyday life. So through open public space, modular grid, and thoughtful reuse, the project becomes an experimental ground for the city. An open system where architecture and public space can evolve over time. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. El proyecto La Circular obtuvo una mención especial en Getafe. Es un
Special mention in Getafe from Leonardo Castrillo and Jerónimo with the collaboration of Jaime de la Torre Barcelona, Begoña de la Torre and Jerónimo are architects by the Madrid Architecture University, and they study independent. Begoña in ABG architecture's firm and HR in the Peninsula University. They both studios collaborate in several competitions, and they sum up the participation of Jaime de la Torre, also architecture in the firm. Thank you very much, Begoña. Let's see if the slides work. If not, you just let me know. Good afternoon. Excuses to Jero that cannot be with us today. I wanted to start saying that Madrid has an average. Oh, I need to take advantage of the first slide. Wait. I need the first slide, please. No, first slide. I said on average, Madrid has 0.0 square meters for big events above the European average. However, it's not having enough innovation spaces, less than 50%. So circular proposes a new covered bull ring. So we understand that as a prefab concrete with many million of concrete, 2,150 from 2015, and we want to minimize the impact and concentrate that on the building, just trusting to reduce at maximum the intervention and that having the higher effect. We understand that the circular will be a new urban complex of building in order to take advantage all the activities of the area and take advantage also in order to host high events and large events and sporadic events, not just regular events of the city. Our bet is aimed to transform that in an heterogeneous kind of way. Against demolishment, we propose to use these elements and organize them, understanding that the building now is a new bank of materials that as a quarry could be rebuilt. In this way, we pretend to put into value the existence of open space and also a nice material base. Different strategies will enable us to build this new circular area and space with a new way of managing, understanding the circularity as the main differentiation value. Through these organization strategies, we have 3 different spaces. One of them is defined as the rings, is this perimeter all around the diameter of the bull ring, dedicated to research, laboratory, and the work. The seats of the bull ring are actually going to be new rows and a new building, generating climatic refuge, and some of the spaces are used in order to be used, for instance, for dissemination spaces, for instance. This new circular center will enable to facilitate different meetings for innovation, knowledge, and productive knowledge. In order to do so, we map urban dynamics, different agents in the Getafe area, a municipality with a high productive value, existing projects that will actually seal this new center interesting, and other future ones that may also see it as an interesting center for them. We actually understand that the construction generates over 60% of the waste. As Europe said, Europe demolishes 1 building every minute, so we actually have to think about this seriously. And the proposal is to activate, reduce the volume as against to use 100% of the pre-existing building and to reduce the waste and the transformation costs. Thank you very much indeed.
Muchas gracias, Begoña.
Thank you very much, Begoña.
Vamos a la segunda.
Second prize in Getafe is the Tolox from Ana Salvosierra and José Manuel de Andrés Moncayo. The team is shared by Etchan and a consolidated affinity for architecture, urban regeneration, and ecological thinking. The collaboration in Europan, which won awards in the 15th and 14th editions, are based on a common methodology that continues in Talos. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's see how the slides work. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for the invitation to the organizers. Our team is formed by architects Alicia Peña, Nasabugo, who could not come, and myself, José Manuel. And we actually see a critical part being developed currently from Madrid. We're going to present our proposal for Getafe municipality, which is called Tolos. Our reflection was in Getafe Bull Ring. It's an infraction not being used currently, but share common opinions with other bull rings all throughout Spain. And our proposal actually sees this as a model, being able to use it for different uses, being combined with other uses being extrapolated to other places. The project is based on the Parque de Andalucía that connects different neighborhoods in the Getafe municipality. It's a flexible structure that will encompass and house different events, but also proximity events that will activate the neighborhood on the park nearby.
Creo que ha terminado el vídeo. ¿Podemos pasar a la siguiente diapositiva? A ver.
¿No?
Otra, a ver. Ahí estamos, vale.
In the last years, the community of Madrid has reinforced its capacity in order to host big events. But against this, in the main island of Madrid, the project just think of a rather more distribution kind of way of architecture in order to reduce the impact on the center of Madrid. I don't know what's happening with the slides. They're not in automatic mode, I think. Well, the intervention is organized through 3 strategies: to reinforce sustainability with access north-south and new cycling lanes and walk-ways, and to use it with the fair trade areas, and to humanize the space for people walking around. All this proposed by a sustainable way with public transports, so they could actually highlight Getafe as a referral for as regards the neighborhood. We actually count with store centers of activities in the main park that organize the park and qualify the access. The Agora will be built there as an extension of the original ambulatory amphitheater and will enable a combination of different spaces. It will be maintained, those steps in the cavea, all the stands. That is the main part where the people will host in the arena area. And it has a higher elevated area with common spaces that support also the movable deck. And the idea is just to have a synergy of ideas that will enable to activate both infrastructure and the environment and put in the space and the infrastructure to the uses of the people nearby and strategically located. And the building will be done in different stages. We start with the consolidation of the structure, the demolition of the space under control. And a second stage will be the enlargement of the spaces already explained. On a third stage, we'll have the immediate urban space and anticipating the urban impact. The architectural building actually wants to tell us how to use it as a public space separated by different services that will enable independent use or in a coordinated way. For sports events, they could be celebrated both indoor and outdoor because the extension of the arena can have several regulatory lanes for concerts. And we can house 1,000 people, and having a large screen that could be enlarged for other events, like, for instance, a summer cinema. In the case of dissemination events, we will use the university nearby Getafe and also directed to general public on a daily basis. Several activities we will hold on the ground floor with a cafeteria open to the people. and shops around. In short, all this is just to activate an obsolete infrastructure and building in a new building that we could preserve the old building, but in order to have different uses for the future, connecting with the local people. We actually want Getafe to be a regional space for the community of Madrid, served for the neighbors in the area, combining ambition and social commitment. Thank you very much to all of you.
Y finalmente el último.
And now we've got the last project of Getafe, All Ring, a place for everyone, from Luciano Barsugia, Franco Calice, Antonio Jesús Gutiérrez García, Paola Mester, Martín Sobek, with the collaboration of Yara Castiblanco. It is an Ibero-American team that came together during their postgraduate studies. Coming from different universities in Argentina and Spain, they combine their interests in practice, criticism, and research applied to architecture. MAAP is a constantly evolving lab that aims to explore landscape, memory, and the indeterminate. Thank you. All Ring, a square for everyone, is a project that recovers the arena of Getafe to transform it into something different. We have trespassed the limits for sustainability, social sustainability, material sustainability. It is an infrastructure that is a strategic one, responding simultaneously to two of the biggest threats that we have today, the climate emergency and the need to reinforce the links. So we have used these two critical points affecting the area for urban reflection. The intervention is aimed in the recovery and activation of a double memory, the memory of climate change that has to do with the recovery of the farming heritage, the social and cultural memory that converts the arena with different functions. We've got two systems. One needs to create a new center, grouping the program and limiting the areas. And then we've got radial connections to be established between the consolidated areas of the city and developing areas. And we want to have a architectonic response to all the needs. There are several features that are incorporated in several concentric parks that want to have a varied ecosystem. Each ring of park is adapted so that it can absorb activities and pre-existence. This habilitates the system so that it can be modified in the future and it can incorporate new needs in the future. Each ring defines a landscape condition that is anchored to the memory of the place and the needs of the area currently. At the same time, the radial axis divide the rings in mosaics that organize and manage a big diversity of activities. The space functions as a link of the undeterminate, and this is where we have the spontaneous interaction of the users of the civic programs and the visitors to cultural events, fomenting the synergies and the meeting point for citizens. Both systems, the concentric and the radial systems, converge in the square that is like the social heart of the whole. It is established as reference point for the community, where all the existing elements are amplified and extended. The arena used to be a monofunctional or a single-use building, and now it has several functions, and it can vary in geometry and density of use. The system that we suggested is linked to the architecture scale, and the building is organized with an internal ring concentrating all the necessary services and infrastructure for its functioning. A line that is like the extension for all the program, and then we've got some dots that are social events, production events and centers that are in the inner part. Each dot is identified with a geographical property. With these elements we can have a very nice space. It is a very flexible technical support that works as the expansion of the original element and meeting point of the different visitors. The project is presented as a schema where the dimensions of the elements can be flexible and thought for the needs of the city without losing the cohesion, both internal and external. Therefore, this is the extension, the linear extension of the squares that can be created through the system suggested. Here you can recognize rings, axes, marks that define the adaptative geometry to the context. The social condensator trespasses the physical limits of the pool arena. The surrounding environment can expand, and it depends on the activities and the functions. The result is a building that has an uncertainty and undetermination element. It's got a simple strategy through programmatic concentrations adapting to the environmental, social and cultural needs of the city. Thank you very much.
Gracias por tu ayuda, además. Muy bien. Pues nos vamos no lejos, nos vamos a Madrid.
So we are going back to Madrid. We've got two teams from Madrid.
A Madrid. Vamos a ver la presentación.
So we are going to see the second award in Madrid, Cultivating the Commons. With
Nami Gradoli,
Griner, Atith Jonas, Mart Montfort, and Eduardo Puertes Espert. The team is the result of a collaboration between Nami, Mati, and Jonas from Old Eglige Roime in Germany, and Mart Montfort and Eduardo Puentes from the Club Collective Spain. Their practice integrates architecture, art, and urban planning with an ecological and participatory approach to the challenges of the contemporary city. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, before we start, as do Eduardo and Jonas are back there. The whole team is here, but only us two are going to present as we're an European team. We present in English. Okay, so.
Transform a fragmented neighborhood where the
¿Cómo hacer que los espacios públicos y las responsabilidades del entorno? ¿Puedes pasar al siguiente? Oh. Cultivar los en la colonia Casa de Campo, en un lugar común para
serves as a blueprint for an action plan that can be translated to and implemented in other pre-transition housing estates within Madrid, but potentially also in other cities of Spain facing similar challenges more than years after the transition.
There is some noise there. Please.
¿Sí funciona? No.
Sí.
Bueno.
Pero por favor, bajad el tono por ahí.
And of course, these conditions are different in each city and neighborhood. However, they share certain characteristics leading to similar challenges. An aged housing stock, combined with an undefined interblock space, resulting in negative effects on human and non-human lives. Thus, we propose to cultivate the commons in 4 adaptive steps. 1. Cultivating co-governance. 2. Cultivating public infrastructure. 3. Cultivating the ground floor. And 4. Cultivating the soil and its inhabitants.
Cultivating co-governance means that the responsibility for the space is shared. City Hall manages public infrastructure and provides support through a brand new local regeneration office. Neighbors take charge of the interblock space not as individuals, but rather collectively. The interblock is divided into clearly bounded units called corralas. Each corrala gives residents a manageable, identifiable territory, the foundation for collective agency, shared identity, and practical self-governance. Cultivating public infrastructure means safe movement for everyone. The road system is transformed to prioritize non-motorized traffic. Calle Fuentesauco and Calle Galicia are pedestrianized, activating local commerce and reclaiming street life. These inclusive streets lead to little placitas, entrances to the interblock space, where casual encounters happen and neighbors can meet and mingle. The former mud paths leading to the houses are formalized and are also suitable for elderly and people with disabilities.
Sí, por favor. The next, cultivating the ground floor means that to generate safe and lively common spaces, we need to strengthen what Jane Jacobs calls the eyes on the streets. So the presence of neighbors generating a feeling of familiarity and safety. Cultivating the ground floor also means improving the living conditions in the dark ground floor units. Ground floor residents are therefore entitled to acquire a 1-meter strip around the apartments for installations like pergolas or terraces. Further 2 meters are open for gardening, generating a soft transition from the houses and the residents to the interblock space of the corralas. The last step, cultivating the soil and its inhabitants, understands that for healthy living conditions, a healthy soil is indispensable. Drought-tolerant, native, low-maintenance perennials keep the interblock soil covered, while plantings of hardy shrubs provide ornamental green to the streets. Both plant communities protect the soil from erosion, support humus formation, and retain water for groundwater replenishment. And on an urban scale, the improved green spaces create ecological corridors from the Casa de Campo Park to the Bosque Metropolitano and the wider green network of Madrid.
With these 4 steps, our proposed action plan addresses different dimensions of a healthy and livable neighborhood. Cultivating co-governance creates self-efficacy and agency within a democratic city. Cultivating public infrastructure provides safe accessibility to residents of all ages and life situations. Cultivating the ground floor activates the common interblock spaces with collective and shared activities and responsibilities. Cultivating the soil and its inhabitants provides ecological resilience and climate adaptation to a harsh and very dry neighborhood. Together, they form an action plan which aims at regeneration not only of the housing stock, but of the way we inhabit these peripheral neighborhoods of Spanish cities, not as isolated residents, but as active participants in democratic city life, with the right and the means to shape it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Y vamos a escuchar la presentación del primer premio. Es Alleyways.
Liuluke Nick Sebastian Pimpel Chichem Asichi Chile with the collaboration Olive Soilu. This team was formed at the TU Berlin University through a shared interest in bottom-up, socially driven spatial development. Seeking a project to focus on collective energy and collaboration, we came together for the European 18, bringing diverse backgrounds. They combine urban design, architecture, and energy consultancy in research-driven, socially and environmentally conscious approaches. español.
Together today with my teammates, Gizem, who will help me with the slides, and Nick Vimpel, who is in the back. He's a bit shy. Okay. Okay, something happened with the font, unfortunately. Yeah, we have a neighborhood, Casa de Campo, which is built in the 1970s with the idea of having this very compact open block urbanism with in between shared green spaces. However, what happened over the time is that it became full with cars. Outside, on the borders, on the edges, there are 3 highways. Inside, all the spared spaces that should become green have become for cars. And this leads to the nickname of the neighborhood, the Triangle of Pollution, which also residents in the area are very protesting against and really want to remove the cars outside of the area. Next one. However, you see that in the community in the area, there are initiatives to do something. They are inventive. They are starting, for example, a do-it-yourself bike park, skate park on the edge, and also they are planting trees. However, this is all outside of the triangle, all on the edge of the area, which stresses also the main problem. There is no space within the triangle for this kind of initiatives or inventive behavior of the residents. When we went on the site visit, we were very surprised by this compact, high density, and especially the small fragments of staircases, corridors, and also something that looked like alleys. And this really reminded us of actually the inner city of Madrid, with its terraces and also the staircases. And yeah, next slide. Yeah, this fueled for us actually the concept. What if we can put this idea of these alleys, these intimate spaces, these corridors into this neighborhood? And we started by mapping the existing social and cultural places within the triangle, but also outside of the triangle. For example, the library and the Casa de Campo Park. These we connect with these north-south walking structures, this walkway which connects over the spatial barriers to the other neighborhoods and the park. Along this route, we create places to stay. One previous. Along the facade of the open block urbanism, there are these pergolas with different functions. For example, a steam shower, drink water point, kiosk, just small spaces in the shadow where people could reside. Along this way, we also want to collect the rainwater, because one of the main issues in the area is the drought of these interblock green spaces. We want to seek a connection with the stream above, where we can drain excess water, but we want to keep the water in the area as much as possible by planting extra trees among these ponds. Next one. What sits central in our approach is the co-creation. We propose these 3 co-creation hubs across the area, which we call Casa Impulsos, which are areas for transformation from bottom-up processes. Next one. And this should actually kickstart the transformation of bigger green open spaces, with some part which is more for the neighborhood, with maybe a vegetable garden and a meeting table, and the area which is more close to the alleyway, and more of a semi-public function, which can be very diverse, like a dog play field or a play garden, but something neighborhood than only the block. And the municipality really takes a lead in transforming this bigger north-south, east-west axis, densifying them in some locations, adding program and making this more intimate and also car-free in the future. All these interventions, you can collect them in a toolbox, which is from the lowest scale, from stepping outside of your door of your apartment, until sitting at the stream in the park. And we see this as intervention to make specific areas more public, more for people, but also improve the privacy around the houses, for example, on the backsides with more higher plants. And this Casa Impulso really sits central in the approach. We want to bring municipality, landscape architects, engineers to the site to really communicate with the inhabitants and collaboratively do interventions, but also have a place, for example, for pottery classes, to make pots that they can put in front of their door, or a woodworking shop. Yeah, in terms of phasing, we see that in the short term, we open up the area to the park, to the north, from the municipal-owned spaces. On the midterm, we open it to the neighborhood below. And in the long term, it really can open up to all of the sites in the area. To conclude, we really see that this can be an intervention which bridges the gap to the neighborhood, makes small meeting places with kiosks along the way, interblock spaces that are activated, in existing social spaces at the sports field that are integrated, and finally connect to the park.
Thank you.
That was it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to listen to the presentation of the two projects that belong to Navalmoral de la Mata. We start with the second prize, special mention to the could not come. The second prize is Suturing Water, Memory and Biodiversity Together from Silvia Montes de Oca, José Carlos Ramírez, Javier Herrera Rodríguez, Jorge Espinosa Morales, and Miranda Imán. Born as an interdisciplinary collective that brings together professionals from the fields of art, architecture, landscaping, and urban planning. This diversity allows to tackle projects on multiple scales, combining strategic thinking, environmental awareness, and technical rigor with a deep cultural and spatial understanding of the territory. The floor is yours. Good afternoon to everyone. We are the team of Suturing Water, Memory and Biodiversity Together. We would like to share with you our vision of Navalmoral de la Mata, how we can change the territory, to transform the territory. Navalmoral de la Mata composes a landscape with very important dimension, with a diverse mosaic that makes the territory a complex one, and is organized with different industrial parks. The project proposes to have a territory where we can walk and understand it. This search to integrate certain spaces that want to unite not only two images of the villa, but just to have new sensorial, spatial, and historic experiences. Instead of just an urban development, the project wants to respect the heritage of the area from the water point of view, cultural point of view, and ecology point of view. And this infrastructure wants to be united to the agricultural landscape and harmonize the space. This infrastructure is going to project as a multi-purpose area, just using as a main tool as against plain divisions to start working with topography, microtopography, in order to manage the lake and just to use the elevated spaces, constructing a new landscape. The city is evolving, so the project is divided in 3 stages. The first one tries to solve current problems, which is the water optimization, introducing infiltration spaces. Will improve that with a mobility ring, with open free spaces, generated new water spaces, and with new green areas. Second stage is to recover the space and landscape using the train spaces, trying to improve the urban spaces over the train waves, and incorporating the mobility and making the pedestrians, walkways and trains to be free in the area.
El agua.
Water is a structure and resource of the area. We have parks with invitations and riverbanks being used for leisure, having a water network in the area to be used by the inhabitants. When we use water in these dry places, makes to have new vegetation, urban spaces with
aunque una gran preocupación fue cómo habitar este nuevo paisaje.
Churches. And we want to have this space being used by people, being used for leisure spaces, open spaces, park spaces for the children, uses for the city, fixed as cultural spaces or temporary exhibitions or temporary parkings to be used as a marketplace. Also have linked to the territory as a museum or landscape visits that would be used around the train area. The third stage projects Naval Moral de la Mata through the future and actually makes us to think the area a kind of transformation that make us to have a big cultural excess. For this new development as against concept of roads, we propose to use the old roads composed of both water, mobility, heritage, and ecology. And then we will have residential urban complexes. This increase and development is need to enable the people to live in this area of Naval Moral de la Mata and will generate daily life inserted in the territory. It's an urban, instead of an urban project, we want to have something united between territory and the heritage of water biodiversity and the memory. This pathway is done with three different ways. With topography as a means to improve the relationship between the territory and the landscape, the heritage landscape as utility of the territory in order to generate a complex and lively city. All these ideas establish an epistemological way for the territory through the landscape.
Muchas gracias a vosotros. Bravo. El proyecto.
Now we've got the first award for Action Reaction from Borja Santorino Janet, Luis Manovel Mariño, Jaime Barreiro Gallego. Borja, Luis and Jaime are architects with international experience in countries such as Germany, Denmark, South Korea and Spain. They have collaborated on various projects and won awards in public space and urban design competitions, consolidating a young practice focused on social and environmental impact and urban cohesion. Good afternoon. We are Borja, Jaime and Luis. We are going to present the proposal that won the first prize, Action Reaction. Our project responds to the arrival of the high-speed train with a reaction based in three overlapped strategies: renaturalize, connect, and reactivate. The railway was always in specific points, but it was an element that was unadapted. Now it has to be adapted to the high-speed trains, and now it's a new physical barrier that is going to eliminate the continuity. With this arrival, we've got a big opportunity in the area, but it also has an impact on risks. We understand these three strategies as processes, open processes and evolving processes. We suggest experts, institutions and citizens to work together. This model allows for the adaptation of the actions throughout the time and have a shared version for the development of the area. The first strategy is to renaturalize. We've got episodes of flooding and extreme temperatures. With the new infrastructure for the railway intensifies these challenges, and so it fragments green spaces as well. Our proposal is to recover the continuity from the ecological point of view with green areas that are connected. This infrastructure joins areas that are separated currently to join city city landscapes and natural areas. We incorporate several retention reservoirs to manage water in a natural way. These solutions reduce the risk of flooding and convert a recurrent problem in an opportunity to create landscapes and public spaces of quality. The strategy is completed with waterproof areas and also permeable areas to reduce the heat, the warmth, and to increase the quality of life. This will be done with experts in biodiversity and environment. Our second strategy is to reconnect. This has a strategic position between Madrid and Lisboa with the A5 highway and the railway, but this has difficulties for the internal connection and mobility. Our analysis identified several actions to be developed that ADIF and other entities had already started. The proposal is to complete the pending points and to integrate all the existing and future connections within a public, coherent, accessible and continuous net for the whole city. In the most critical place, we want to suggest ramps and underground hallways and ways. We want to transform the A5 highway in a more permeable route as well, adapted to the new needs. At the urban area, we have pedestrian areas complemented with parking spaces. At the territory scale, we extend the cycle paths and pedestrian areas, linking employment, housing, services and landscape with a more sustainable and accessible mobility. This strategy will have the collaboration of experts on mobility, infrastructure and institutional representatives to coordinate the actions and to guarantee that everything has a coherent and shared goal. The third strategy is to reactivate. We have a simple idea. All the plots that are no longer used or are harmed in the surrounding of the railway will have a new capacity of use. They can turn into activities focused to boost the urban activity. We can reuse industrial buildings, create public spaces and incorporate sports activities. So we'll have new uses to respond to the changing needs of the urban environment. The transformation is going to be supported with materials of the territory and local elements. So we are going to have a direct relation with the landscape. The third collaboration will have the citizens, associations, social actors with the objective of identifying opportunities, discussing the most adequate uses and taking decisions. When we have the three strategies, we can create public spaces that are linked to the underground paths and also the elevated paths, creating new itineraries that are going to connect the old and existing areas. We want to implement this in three phases. First of all, we're going to dig a trench. That is the most complex one. Then we are going to extend the transformation through the east and the west, and then we are going to consolidate the action, extending it through the inner part of the urban area. We want a reaction for each of the transforming actions. We want to use the existing resources to convert the barrier into an opportunity and create the territory with an integral part, with an integral vision. Thank you.
Vamos a ver 4 proyectos en Oviedo, 2 premios especiales, un segundo premio y un primer premio. Si nos dais un segundito, sabemos por qué proyecto empezamos. Bien.
Okay, we start with Project La Materia. Authors are Justo Díaz Diego and Guillermo Pozo Arribas. They actually form a studio, an architecture firm founded by both Guillermo and Justo, both architects from the Higher Technical School of Architectures of Madrid. Through their work, they seek to implement new models of living, understanding architecture as a means of relating to the landscape and the territory, taking into account the cultural and material context. Hello? Right. Material, which is the title of the project, actually relates to the spirit that we use when we use the part of the territory. It's located at the entrance of Oviedo, next to the Parque de Invierno, the winter park, with 2 pedestrian walks and spaces for sustainable transportation means. We want to intensify the parking spaces in the area in order to avoid to use the plot without use. So we are searching to reinforce the role of the project for residents and visitors and pilgrimages of the Camino de Santiago. And we want to improve the access and to the winter park and the mountain river. So we have a building. We want to reuse the existing resources through a circular, logical, and to adapt it to contemporary ways of life. But we do understand the project as a bank of materials where the existing material comes from waste to resources. So we want to choose selectively different materials, and we want to search all the existing materials at maximum level and try to relocate those recoverable materials, try to reduce this and discard only those materials that cannot belong to this new constructed building or new project. Apart from these strategies, we proposed implementations of new materials and systems as the new wooden or low ecology, so to generate optimally, to be able to adapt to the current needs. The organization and the floor emerges from the existing structure, so enable us to organize the uses with flexibility and in a simple way. The original wall contains actually our use and facades north and south, locate the more private rooms, and whereas in the center of the building, the collective uses are going to be used for public use. A new piece is created in the south area wing that will make a symmetry of the plant. On the ground floor, 2 different axes are established, east and west, with a collective area. And residential areas are organized around this shared place. And on the top floor, we have the north area for more residential uses and also view to the mountains of the area. The proposal wants to use part of the domestic life, modifying a conventional way of working. So there will be new spaces to be shared as kitchens and meeting points that will generate new relationships amongst the different users, open up the domestic experience through different spaces of similar dimensions, will enable us to have a certain group of different uses. The strategy will enable us to understand that as an open space, being adaptable in order to be transformed over the years, depending on the use of the different users without losing comfort. The new intervention, it's inserted in the pre-existing one with a clarity in building, both outside and inside the building, maintaining the heritage and historic parts of the building itself, potential and promoting the resources. As regards the environmental measures, the project is supporting different passive strategies, such as to use the therm part of the walls to adapt an isolation with cork, and also for the residential areas to take advantage also of the rainfall. And the project also wants to use the intrinsic materials and to establish that between the object being rehabilitated and the rehabilitation itself, to adapt before demolishing, adapt before using, and understand the building as a place being able to understand their use by the society. Thank you very much indeed.
Seguimos con el proyecto. We continue with Tum Tum, Open the Wall. We've got Álvaro Menéndez Fernández. He's a graduate of the ETSAC in La Coruña. He began his career thanks to the Arqueo scholarship of Rafael's Moneos Studio. After working at AECOM and Barrel y Roche, he returned to Asturias to create Anónima, a studio focused on solving real problems and distance from architectural personalism. This is born in the 13th century with several uses up to the end of 1900, and in 2010 it's a residence for the elderly, and then after that the building was closed. The uses were normally social, but it has always been a closed building, isolated from the city. This feeling is still there, and if you go there in the winter you can see it like a fortress. This is because of its peculiar position in the city. It is between the natural and the urban area. When focusing the project, we wanted to have a critical focus on approach. We didn't want to change the image of the building because it is quite fixed on the image of the neighbors as well. So we wanted to connect the historical case with the rest of the areas. In the plot, we've got two actions. We want to open the perimeter wall in order to have it more permeable with the external areas like the winter park. And then secondly, we want to have a social activity inside the building, which is a social square in the ground floor and the underground. This will help us to sort out several problems and to connect the main area or the main entry with the park. The square is going to create it around two elements, a patio, a stair connecting the two areas, and these will foment or boost the social relations of the users. The second strategy is to create metallic profiles of very light profiles that will activate the building with a triple aim. First of all, a functional aim for the connections. That's for the connections from the horizontal and vertical point of view. Everything is connected. The two volumes of the building are connected through the square, and it gives access to all the buildings. The second aim is a climate aim. It works as a traditional gallery that is closed to accumulate the heat and then distribute it in the properties, and then in the winter, in the summer, it can favor the open air ventilation. And then the third value is a symbolic function.
These spaces in the galleries have to be understood as an extension of the inner part of the building, of the houses. It has an empty space inside, and the combination of all the modules creates many types of houses that can adapt to the different needs of the youngsters. The proposal is organized around several relations. We've got private spaces, different modules, we've got shared spaces inside the properties that is linked to the square, and the public spaces that we have commented. We have opened the walls and we have transformed this fortress into a square that can be lived at. And then we make a reference to a song when we say Tung Tung open the wall.
Muchas gracias por cumplir los tiempos, además. Vamos a ver el segundo premio en Oviedo.
Second prize in Oviedo, Open Doors and Windows, is a project by Carlos Canella Lozano, Sofía Lensbel, Miguel de la Osa Peinador, and Vania Collazo Pequeño. They actually met at the Madrid School of Architecture, and since then they share trips, midweek cinema outings, and from time to time architecture competitions. This was their first one together. Vania and Sofia have already received honorable mentions previously, and it won't be the last. Thank you very much. Just to contextualize very rapidly, it has already been explained though very well by our colleagues. Material started in these medieval times as in a hospital at the outskirts of the city, but also as a point, a meeting point at different ways to pass by here. But with the urban development, a bit of celebrated with no criteria, it was locked and it needed to open a little bit. With all these excess green areas and thanks to the neighborhood platform La Malatería no se tira, so that this abandonment actually achieved not to throw that building or to demolish the building. With the sympathy of these local people, with the affection to the neighbors, we started to see the Casa Corredor, which will be the one I showed in the previous slide. The idea is to recover this typology of buildings and to have these galleries from the outside to the outside, which is the malateria in a building, similar to the traditional way. Four strategies to use everything is there, to accept the typology of the building with the incorporation of these new galleries, and to open the malateria both to the outside, to the inside, inner part of the patio, and to take advantage of the energetic resources already has. The vertical parts of the building will be maintained, and under level 1, it will be connected to the parking spaces, and we incorporate common spaces for bicycles, dining rooms for the big rich people. And then just going up to the top floor, we have the gallery connecting to wings north and south, that has the heart of the building where all the common spaces will be built. You will see like a small staircase there. Well, just advancing to the important point here, the gallery is understood by us not just a suggestion, but a prolongation of an extension, better said, of this space being used for the neighbors to irrigate their plants, so on and so forth. What we try to do is just to take advantage of the maximum of the building was being used, so we enter into development of the housing in order to take advantage maximum the available spaces there. Just seeing the modulation of the facade and all the common elements, enabling crossing ventilation and direct light, because galleries are 100% outdoor, so the inner enclosures are closed there, and the places where the people will live are in both extremes of sides. So as the rooms are of similar size, they can be interchangeable and connect housing depending upon the Principado, which is the government of the area, could need a house in 66 square meters, could be converted into one of 33 square meters. They enable common spaces to be used, and we believe that it's important to have them domestic spaces in a kind of contemporary kind of living. In the south area, we do precisely the same. We adapt modulation and the size, also having the inner parts and the closing areas, and having the common spaces for the neighbors to be used. The general concept of the project is the connection with the park, the gallery issue on the patio inside that we open. In next slide, perhaps we can see that the patio has to do a lot to do with the energetic system in winter. And in summer too. Winter is closed, and in the summer it's open. So at the end of the day, we don't want to intervene much in order to keep opening windows and doors and just leaving the building as it is with the minimum impact. Thank you very much indeed.
Y vamos a ver Now we are going to see the first award. Jordi Panola, María Fernández Enero, Juan Burgos, Jordi, María, Antonio and Juan are four architects from different parts of Spain who met in Barcelona with the project Dame Tira, Give Me and Pull. They decided to pool their interest in rehabilitation and landscape, reflecting together on new ways of generating collective housing in established cities and its integration into existing social fabric. We are going to explain the project. Give Me and Pull since the mining area. It is a gesture of brotherhood, and it was created with this objective. The Malateria building in this area was created with this aim of brotherhood. The Malateria has always been an existential building of nature. This was first of all a hospital, then it was a shelter for pilgrims, and then it was a residence for the elderly up to 2010. It has always been a closed building, respecting the need of separating the ill people among themselves as well. This was created on the outskirts of Oviedo, and this is part of the fabric now. This is now the limit of the city with the natural area. This has a great power. The location has a great power, and we understand this building as a natural entry to the city, defining the rigid structure dominating it. The Malateria is like a door for the natural to the city and from the city to the nature. So that is the relation that we should have between nature and architecture. And there are social and urban elements that create here a link between the city and the neighborhood. This is a limit between the nature and the city, as we said. This limit has a new access now, which is the Winter Park and the Pilgrim's Way to Santiago, creating new public places for meeting points. There are several actions that we take. First of all, we need to preserve the historical element. The ground floor also is going to be readapted, and the third action is to have a bioclimate architecture to create new buildings. On the ground floor, we've got access through three different levels to the city, to the Winter Park and Garden, and also on the upper south and north part is the accommodation. In this section, we can see the atrium. The neighbors will have a meeting point there, and the ground floor is going to be open to the city at the back part of the building. The atrium is like a bioclimate element to guarantee the thermal element. It ventilates the properties and it has cross ventilation. In the winter it captures the heat. So with this new roof we can have solar panels and systems to capture the rainwater as well. This atrium is not isolated from the public spaces. They are all interconnected from the visual point of view. This reinforces the feeling of belonging to a community, and it has very lightened spaces. On the ground floor we also have community uses for the neighborhood, such as center for the elderly, a workshop or a game center, so that the building can be used for different ages in different parts of the day. These common spaces have a centralized access from the properties. The properties are distributed in the north and south with 8 units per floor, and you can have access directly from the atrium without using external passerelles. We also have bathrooms and kitchens going to with view to the atrium, and then the rest is with view to the outside. The properties have a module shape with different sizes, 1 to 3 bedrooms from 40 to 80 something square meters. One single bedrooms are prioritized so that we've got a bigger number of properties, but they are also adapted to different needs of the youngsters. The group space, common space, is like a space that is like an extension of the property. It is a flexible space with optimal conditions from the environmental point of view, and it is like the heart of the building. It is a catalyzer for the community and shared activities for the neighbors. So this recovers the essence of the building, preserving its image and turning it into a meeting point for the neighborhood. It is open to the citizens and it is used by everyone now as a new community. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hemos visto todos los proyectos que se han presentado en Oviedo y nos vamos a Vitoria.
We've seen all the projects from Oviedo, and we go to Vitoria-Gasteiz, where there is a special mention, and first and a second prize. We'll start with a project with a special mention called 5 Skins, and it's from Alejandro Caraballo, Carlos Rebollo, Enrico Caballa, Francisco José Escapil, Lucila Pistolesi, Gonzalo Coquet. CRAC, Carlos Rebollo, Alejandro Caraballo, and RA Architecture, 2 Architecture and Urbanism collectives based in Spain and Argentina, respectively. They collaborate on a regular basis on international competitions as well as architectural and research projects. Their work has been published by various international media, and they have received awards from institutions such as the COAM, the School of Architecture of Buenos Aires, and Europan. Carlos, Alex, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. As Carmen was just mentioning, we are Carlos Caraballo, Alejandro de Bolo, And we are going to present here Five Skins project. Five Skin Bustaldea is a proposal done, as Carmen said, with the Argentinian architecture firm, and is focused on the integral regeneration of the residential complex in Bustaldea in Vitoria-Gasteiz. This project comes from a very simple question: is how to rehabilitate an existing building, transforming relationships between housing, community, and environment. As a reply to this question, the project talks about the 5 skins by the plastic Kundenwasser that actually says that we cohabit the world through certain layers that goes from the more intimate one to the more collective layer. All the different layers are exposed here, not just as a metaphor, but as a project tool that connects different parts of the stages of the project. The proposal comes from 3 different operations. In first place, to reuse the current instruction with a support being able to adapt to that the interpretation of the different buildings with the shared common spaces, and also a new scheme that connect all 5 buildings, circular system and climatic system and collective system. All these strategies are highly integrated into a unique system, being able to adapt open space, landscape, and architecture. The gardens convert so in spaces for leisure, learning, and the ground floor buildings connect to these open spaces, so the frontier between domestic and common spaces are more flexible with new uses for the neighbors. The corridors are not just corridors, but actually a space where people can share many things. And we look for comfort of the buildings and the people, the concentration, humid and wet places, wetlands actually use, and also the facades have cross ventilation and natural light. This enables us to see how the complex actually works as a whole, as an integrated system. The new roofs operate as bioclimatic spaces and better improve the energy for the whole building. Common spaces are conceived an extension of the building, constituting intermediary spaces where limits are diluted between the outdoor and the indoor parts of the building that go beyond conventional uses like this. The houses are structures, open structures being adapted and connected visually and physically with common corridors and community spaces. This openness enables new ways of living. It's a new proposal of living. The project incorporates also different residential models together with housing more there are shared spaces that are able to respond to new ways of living. In all cases, this main inner part is the filter between the more public spaces and the more private spaces of the building, of the housing. The project is a juxtaposition of all these different layers: the housing, the gardens, the shared corridors, and the climatic environment would conform our same ecosystem and common shared living space. This project is not just for the rehabilitation of the 5 buildings, but aspire to reconstruct relationship between the people, architecture, and the environment. This new project enables us to integrate the building as a whole, to activate surrounding spaces and use a renovated area. Five Skins is a proposal of urban rejuvenation based on sustainability and construction of community. Thank you very much indeed.
Gracias a el premio en Zagreb.
They have got the first award, the last first award as well.
El segundo premio
in Zagreb. And now we've got Landscape of Possibilities with María de los Ángeles Peñas de Cizaguirre, David Jiménez Iniesta, Francisco Manuel Andreu Tudela, Consolación Ibáñez Gallardo. They are two architecture studios with converging affinities and motivations. They stand for conscious and environmentally responsible architecture, attentive to ways of using and inhabiting spaces. They work between the analysis of reinterpreted traditional elements and critical reflection on the role of an architecture in a more inclusive, conscious and hopeful world. In the second half of the 20th century, Spain had a change, creating areas where the working population had to be accommodated. Many of the buildings now are more than 50 years old. Mustaldean is a reality of many other neighborhoods where they have these areas for the workers. The builders were to accommodate the workers, and our project wants to highlight the value of these buildings. With the time, these places accumulate several problems. They are becoming old, they've got obsolete distributions and layouts. So we wondered what we could do today, because the way of life has changed, and we want them to be adapted to the new needs. So the challenge is not to build more, but to adapt what we had and to build better. So we want to have the strong points of the nature, the community and the neighborhood itself, and we want to boost all the actions. There is a domestic scale with a structure around a core that is a compact layout. And then we've got the new layout around for the accommodation with multiple functions allowed.
¿El anterior? Aquí, ¿no? ¿El anterior se ha visto? ¿El anterior no se ha visto? No pasa nada, pues en este, si le pones este de nuevo desde el principio, si pones este desde el principio, porque es un GIF en principio, ¿no? A ver.
Gracias.
Es que se desaparece.
Porque está en blanco, no aparece.
Es que tarda en cargar a lo mejor.
Han desaparecido las diapositivas. ¿Están?
Yo creo que tardan en cargar. Yo creo que están, pero tardan en cargar.
Qué horror. ¿Cómo se le da la presentación? ¿Puedes venir? ¿Cómo se le da? ¿Arriba? Ahí, sí, ahí, no, espera.
¿Este cuál es?
Adelante, María.
Este, vale. Bueno, ponlo desde el principio ¿no? Pon este desde el principio, vale. Bueno, pues el resultado.
So the result is an improvement in the comfort and efficiency and the possibility of getting new resting areas within the domestic place. New hierarchy and new ways of living together. At the block level, there are several problems of accessibility. They have a big potential to be improved. One of the things that we did is to replace the facade with an isolation of natural cork and a wood structure so that it is more sustainable. Something else that we did around the block, we created some galleries that reorganize the access to the properties with the small relaxing spaces for the neighbors and helping to improve the efficiency with a mobile facade that can allow for ventilation during the summer and it is a thermal element for the winter. At the urban level, the blocks are part of a bigger net that is connected and active. The ground floors used to have privacy problems, so they are for communal use now. In order to support this, we transformed the square with this structure, which is organized in different divisions. They also have energy consumption units. They can capture the rainwater and they can use the water in the neighborhood.
Sí, sí. Hablando mucho ya. Bueno, yo... Bueno, al final lo que pretendemos con el proyecto
So we have created a big net of small spaces, creating a more flexible neighborhood for a more sustainable future. So the idea is to have an adaptable place for the future. The project wants to give the neighbors a possibility to take an active part in the decision-taking process. We want to create a place that fosters the new needs, urban needs, and to have a better future. Vitoria was one of the first cities that bets for a green model, and it can be a benchmark about how to think and rethink the way we live. The project is improving the areas, the green spaces, the communal spaces, and the relations among neighbors. Thank you.
Perdón por aplaudir más rato que debería, por salvarnos. Gracias. Bien, no lo quiero. El proyecto premiado, el primer premio en Vitoria-Gasteiz, el proyecto Care Blanket de Egor Gaidukov, Agustín Azar y Uliana Somnir. Son arquitectos con experiencias complementarias.
They are architects with a team composed by Egor, Agustin, architects with complementary backgrounds in design research. They are actually met in the Bauhaus University environment. They share interest in adaptive reuse, urban obsolescence, and cross-scale design thinking, lay the foundations for an ongoing collaborative practice. Well, good afternoon. We want to share with you our proposal, which comes from a very simple idea. Care Blanket is a strategy thought to look after a Vitoria-Gasteiz neighborhood. My name is Agustin Nazar, and together with Juliana, who is not here, she's in Germany, and Egor, we are we have in our architecture firm. The project we're going to show today is just that we commit with the place and the people who live in those areas and are going to live in the future. The project is located in Vitoria-Gasteiz, where almost 40% of the energy consumption comes from the 70s and 60s, and all buildings actually need updating. The buildings, the context changed those buildings, and they do not have to be replaced, but they have a strategy based upon care. And the method proposed by us has to do with renewable resourcing, and each buildings have to adapt to the adaptation of the new needs. And we not want to have a fixed place, but also to repeat itself and adapt to similar places. So we want to see the heart of the buildings here, and the simple lights and everything that can be maintained is going to be maintained. We want to have a different building, and it's a flexible layout that comes with different units. For instance, the balcony and the terrace is one of our proposals that is transform the life from the outdoor areas. And we keep the heat and winters and guarantee the access to all the different units. From inside, the housing gains space and lights, and we open up the kitchen to the balcony. At the end of the day, it's a more generous and open space, just looking to the neighborhood. The objective here regarding the construction of the building has to do with stability and a minimal intervention. We recognize the facade as a basic infrastructure, and this new scheme is used with modular walls with cork and wood, and then we incorporate the balconies, and we keep the facade of the building. This has to do with that 48% of the building will remain the same, and the 19% is added, and the other percentage is just preserved and renewed. And the transformation of the ground floor has 3 different actions. We want a pedestrian walkway connecting the 5 different buildings. We reduce the use of parking spaces, and in order to achieve more open spaces, public spaces for the neighbors, and also to have accessible areas of low scale without conditioning the future use of the soil. The ground floor is like stops being a residual part and being an engine kind of part to be used by the neighbors. We end up with the project being adapted to the neighborhood. The 5 buildings have the same share common things, but have differences. So we propose community spaces in the different spaces. And the first part of the competition, we also incorporate other corridors without conditioning future ideas for the future. And it will regain the memory of the past, but having a new identity. For us, this is a method based on the kernel and accompany the infrastructures for the future, and has to be adapted to the context and the multi-scale work that could have new neighbors resilient for the future.
We are nearly done, and we are going to Santa Pola. We are going to discuss the special mention in Santa Pola, the Cape flows to the sea, of Valentina Piliego, Melanie Teodosopoulou, Evantia Beristianu, Giovanna Bartoleschi, and Daniel Gomez de Zamora. They are a multidisciplinary team that approaches each project by first understanding the territory and its needs. Their practice is rooted in cartography as a tool for understanding and transforming the landscape. Taking a systemic approach, they develop projects that take care of both the anthropic and the natural element. Good afternoon, we are nearly done. We are Valentina and Melanie, and we represent the whole team. There was a need of a reflection through the territorial strategy of the Valencian community. So there was a corridor of Alicante-Elche as an innovating production axis, where Santa Pola could also be a production center for the landscape, and a new environmental drive for the metropolitan area. We revised the existing elements. In Santa Pola, there was a need to renew the PGM, the connections from the inland and the sea, and we needed to protect the shore that was not built. Our area was not an isolated piece, and it was a necessary continuum between the seashore and the inland. We wanted to add climate change risks, drought, desertification, floods, and forest fires. So there was a problem for the habitat, biodiversity, and also for the comfort and life of the people living in Santa Pola. So it is a fragile system, interdependent and exposed to the change. So for us, we want the urban and social structure to depend on the ecological structure and the other way around. Water, earth, fire are no longer threats, and they are resources for the project. We've got an interdependence of the project, and we create a regeneration of nature and urban element. And this is the core of our project. The Cape is a landscape unit that is under pressure by the urban growth and the climate risks. So we've got a green ring here. We create a new relation with the Cape through a lineal park, and this is working as a transition space between the protected areas and the city. It manages water, and it converts the quarry in a common and shared space. Here we've got buffer park connected to the sea. It is a net organizing green spaces and connecting the city, reducing the risk for floods and fires. The Caldera del Paradero is also a topography element. The water is no longer a threat, and it is a resource. When collected, it protects the city and activates the creation of the quarry, and it gives time to the natural spaces. So the quarry is a lab for regeneration. The water captures habitats and preserves spaces that are adapted to climate change. We use the Posidonia algae as regeneration model. So this is a resource to restore the nature. And we want to have an investigation and research center for the study of Posidonia to activate this link between Santa Pola, Elche, and Alicante. We've got synergies with tourism, education, and other industries. So this will be like a museum, open-air museum with water, daily life activity, and a habitat. So it is linking the sea and the city. So the quarry is the door to the Cape. It is an alive space, a climate oasis. It is an open-air museum connected with the city and its inhabitants, where everything is protected. The seashore is has access to the sea. and a door to the sea, an infrastructure for recovery. In Varadero, the dunes are going to mitigate the problems caused by the sea and to mitigate the direct impact from the sea. So we have a landscape that is open, full of transformation and linking everything. Thank you very much.
El segundo premio en Santa Pola.
Second prize in Santa Pola is the one from, it's called Panarchy Cycles 3P40 from Daniel de Murgui and Manuel Esteban Alvarez. Daniel is architecture and specializing in strategic planning and green infrastructure. He works in both research and practice in adapting cities to climate change and protecting biodiversity. Manuel Esteban Alvarez is an architect and a strategic planner. He designs adaptive green infrastructures and resilient urban systems using process-based regenerative strategies. Thank you very much indeed to Europa in Spain, the Town Hall of Santa Pola for organizing today's event, and to all of you just being patient to listen to us. That is almost the end of the event. Can we start from scratch, please? So, can we start with slide number 1? Yes. Our proposal is called Panarchical Cycles, 3 phases and 4 operations, and rotates around the area, origin of panarchy and the regenerative cycles, as well as the attitude to work with dynamics of landscape as the generators themselves of changing of the landscape. Sorry. So, I want to talk about the regional prize that what is for us to walk on the Cape of Santa Pola and all the coastlines of the Vinalopó area, and the opportunity to work on the quarry as doors to this potential landscape system. To start with, interpreting, next slide please, the conditionings that we had in the area, their own ones and also others that we had to consider in the process of transformation itself. When taking into account the competition, we have a historic ground that you can see how to protect all the different mechanisms, containment mechanisms by the administrations involved. Then we also have
En la escala de ámbito de estudio, ¿no?, que teníamos que afinar.
We actually have to define which was our action plan and to analyze the area, because this will enable us to have really know how to juxtapose these spaces. I'm a little bit confused, really. Well, I'm just not going to see the slides. In order to have our process being feasible, we have to explore the capacity of the urban plans, and we actually have to take this into account. We saw it's very interesting to explore that the way that the landscape was actually seen, that they will actually draw the urbanistic plan and not the other way around. So there's this sometimes happened, really. The rigor we wanted to pass the bureaucratic and administrative part of it, we actually worked together in 3 different stages that will improve the stages while the paperwork was being done. And we started to speed up a bit and investment, and just also in the 3rd stage we start seeing how everything started to work. We start with all the operations with the soil, the habitats, and the program itself that will enable us to develop this transformation unit in time. The 1st stage, the tactical a sociological point of view, comes with different actions using the time as design. relationship with the coastline to adapt to the nautical sports users. A second group of tactical operations was reconnecting urban tissue with the mountains, such as the Posidonia for the quarries, and we also use the cliffs. In the second stage, we continued transforming and adapting the paperwork with the planning. It's not a rigid kind of way, but also use structures with green and blue spaces that were maturing in the first stage. And the use of the quarries is an example of the second stage. The structural measures also are used and translated in the generation of the soil with the previous stage, but we also have open spaces, biodiversity, and water caption areas. Second stage canalized the bond with the Sierra Varadero, activated in the previous stage, are now redesigned in order to consolidate some, like the ore transportation quarry will be the Cape of Santa Paula, new green area. The continuity of the water access and to convey and work together with the administration is a key factor in order to have sports events in the area. On stage 3, we consolidate that the access, mountain and water work in a systematic way. It's not a conclusive stage, but a preparatory stage to answer new questions. The system is ready to adapt to new needs, socio-ecological point of view or other point of views. It is an open guide being adapted to a highly complex axis where a new project will come with new solutions. In essence, it's a reflection on our role in our profession against new paradigms of our territory.
Muchas gracias a ambos. Y acabamos con el proyecto que ha obtenido.
We are going to go with the first award, the first prize, which is Water's Journey. The authors are Carla Coromina Cabezerán, Andrea Díaz Lacalle, Javier Rubio Frías, and Yvonne Doval Martínez. They met studying for their masters in landscape architecture in Barcelona. Javier is a biologist, works as a landscape architect for Terrassa City Council. Andrea and Carla, architects, are part of the Martí Frank Landscape Studio. Yvonne, also an architect, works in territorial strategy for the government of Cantabria. Thank you. So we are going to start. The Santa Cola Cape has a high value landscape value. We've got waterlands, we've got cliffs, we've got several Neptune grass areas, and this has a circular ability to protect the area and the environment against the climate change. The urban growth has disconnected the area from the sea, so we want to recover this connection with green transversal axes that will cross the city and also longitudinal axes that will join points of interest. The first axis will be a pilot project that can be replicated afterwards. Our challenge is to create a friendly and close narrative that will tell us about the recovery of a water system through the cliff, creating life spaces. This has 4 stages. We've got the quarry, the whole of the quarry, and also we've got the marshland. The quarry for 100 years has digged material, enough material, rainwater, and have it filtered through the soil. So there will be a pathway network to facilitate the natural restoration of the place, connecting the quarry with the town and to boost the existing pathways. So we will see the big footprint of the city with several viewpoints. We'll have techniques of farming elements that are traditional in the area. One of the objectives is to filter the water and to establish a new network to help and avoid future floods. And second, to create a new soil, which is called technosoil, recycling the existing material with external contributions. With this Neptune tape width, we will be able to do this. This is the area that is closest to the urban center. So the proposal is to have a public use, creating leisure spaces for the citizens. We will connect the city with the quarry, and the old building will be a cultural building. We will have also areas for communal activities. In this section, we've got the basing of the cliff that was interrupted. We want to retain the water in the quarry to reduce the risk of flooding in the city. The third meeting point would be Calle Almería. This is connecting the beach with the quarry, and nowadays it is used for traffic. The proposal is to have a new layout so that we've got pedestrian area, bike area, and a pathway inviting for the resting walks, so that people can walk in a nice way to the beach or the quarry. So we want to recover the cliff that used to go here before the urbanization of Santa Pola. So we create a network acting as a sustainable draining system to recover a tree area. The beach is the last point. It used to be used as a dumping point for the materials extracted from the quarry, and now it is used as a parking space. So then we've got a square with palm trees, and the modification of this area will be intensifying the areas, connecting the areas with the water. We will have platforms with saline water, and the platform of the sea will be softened. We will have a water activity center also for different events. The final step is how to make the water go to the sea. So we are going to have earth movements, we are going to boost the wetlands, we are going to boost the arrival of the water, having nice areas to rest through the pathways. This renaturalization of the beach means a more sustainable area, more resilient to the climate events. The water collected is going to be redistributed to the pathways towards the beach. The water management is used to improve the landscape and the quality of life of the people living in Santa Pola. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Me han dicho que gracias a todos de verdad.
Thank you very much to everyone. First of all, excuses for my apologies, let's say, for the technical problems we've had. Thank you very much, all of you, for helping us. It's been super interesting. Not only us, but also the interpreters, that they might be totally ill. Yes, we are totally mad. because of the speed of the speeches, really. We hope to invite the interpreters just to have a wine or beer. Thank you very much, all of you, to public authorities that are trusting us, Europan, thanks to the teams, thanks to the members of the jury, Julio de la Fuente, that perhaps just commits suicide. I hope not. Carlos, and yes, well, we probably see each other in November in Madrid. It's the first and the second teams, and of course, thank you very much to the City Hall, and Barcelona too, sorry. Apologies. To the Town Hall of Santa Pola, to the super team of the Town Hall of Santa Pola, have been working 3 days without break, to the Nautic Club of Santa Pola. Let's go and have a wine. Thank you very much to all of you.